Good morning, everyone. It's about time, and may I request all of you to be seated, and we'll begin with today's proceedings. There are a few people outside the hall in the breakfast area. May I request all of them to be seated. Can our team, Ankit, can our team request those people to come in, please? Thank you. Without any delay, I know everybody is tight for time, and thank you so much for making it this morning. So we'll begin the sessions. Good morning to everyone. Thank you. Welcome to the third edition of the North American Talent Summit, a journey we began in 2022. We are also telecasting this session live to ICI's overseas chapters. Hence, a very good afternoon and good evening to our viewers joining from other countries. My name is Vivek Kapoor, and I am the immediate past chairperson of the Toronto chapter of the ICAI, and presently serve as a board member. I'll be your host for the opening ceremony, so you'll enjoy the ceremony, don't worry about it. A big thank you for being part of today's event and gathering in such large numbers early morning. I'm sure this is an event being looked forward by many of you, and I'm thankful on behalf of the chapter to all of you. It is a support and encouragement that you, the attendees, and our members and the guests and the sponsors provide, which motivates us, the team, to put forward these events in front of you. Today's session is a special one. The resounding success of our past two events and requests for our members and other members from the professional fraternity, we were encouraged to host this third event. This is a big opportunity of a professional setting that has enabled us to come together to learn from eminent speakers, industry leaders, and more importantly, in this increasingly automatized world, continuing to foster human touch and connecting with each other. Thank you for your support and encouragement. We'll begin this session by playing the national anthems of Canada, India, the Institute, and the land acknowledgement. May I please request all of you to stand up as we play the anthems, and may I please request the AV team to play the national anthems.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्ल तदेव शुक्लद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
The land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit.
Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. Some ground rules before we begin the session. This event, as I mentioned earlier, is being recorded, and the recording copies will be retained by the Toronto chapter of the ICI. Request to all to keep your mobile phones on silent mode, please. In case you have any questions during the session, every table has a QR code. You can scan the QR code and post your questions online. It will reach our team and they will forward it to the speakers in various sessions, and your questions will be addressed in that manner. Please feel free to take pictures, take selfies, tag Toronto chapter of ICI and obviously Scotiabank. The title sponsor of today's event is Scotiabank. And on behalf of the Toronto chapter of ICI, we can't thank enough Scotiabank and the CFO, Mr. Raj Vishwanathan, due to which this event is possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for that. Many thanks to Scotiabank for supporting this initiative in the third consecutive year. Every participant will receive a return gift. So when you're leaving the sessions, please deposit your name tags and collect your gifts from the registration desk. We have a very action-packed agenda today. We already had the formal opening ceremony, which will be followed by a panel discussion. And we will have a speaker on management lessons from the battlefield by Major General David Fraser. And then we have a fireside on ESG with ESG experts. After that, we'll pause for lunch. Post-lunch, we have a session on risk management and AI. And in the last session, experts will talk about financial crimes and technology. Needless to mention, the hall is packed with professionals, so I encourage you all to network amongst each other during break times and make the most of your day today. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin with our opening ceremony. On behalf of the Toronto chapter of ICI, I'd like to invite my dynamic and young friend, Ritesh Desai. Can I have the AV team play his profile, please?
C. Ritesh Desai, Chairman, Toronto chapter of the ICAI, a certified anti-money laundering specialist, a CPA from Colorado State, USA, and a chartered accountant from India. Ritesh is the Chief Internal Auditor at Shinhan Bank, Canada, responsible for the Internal Audit Department. Prior to joining Shinhan Bank, Canada in June 2023, he worked as Senior Audit Manager, Corporate Audit Division with BMO Financial Group, and specialized in the anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing area. Ritesh has about 18 years of internal audit experience with financial institutions in Canada and India, including in areas like financial crime compliance, risk management, governance, data analytics, and climate risks. C. Ritesh Desai.
Thank you. Our next guest for today for this opening ceremony is none other than CFO of Scotiabank, CA Raj Vishwanathan. May I request CA Raj to please be on stage, and can the EV team please be his profile?
CA Raj Vishwanathan, CFO, Scotia Bank. Leading the bank's multi-year finance transformation project, Raj started his journey with Scotia Bank in 2002, holding senior positions in internal audit and finance progressively. In 2014, as a senior vice president and chief accountant, he was overseeing capital management, accounting policies and procedures, and financial analysis and reporting. In 2018, he was appointed Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. Currently, Raj oversees the finance department, including business line finance groups, finance and strategy, economics, taxation, chief accountants, procurement, investor relations, group treasury, and strategic transactions and review. CA Raj Vishwanathan.
So our next guest for this opening ceremony is the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. However, he's just checked into the hotel across the road 10 minutes ago, so he'll join us as the session progresses. So we'll play his introductory video as he arrives to the hall. So there's a little bit delay, but I didn't want to delay the session because everybody has a time-packed agenda. So we'll begin with the lamp lighting ceremony, and may I request the Board of Directors for the Toronto chapter of ICI to join us on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. Yeah, please get them. And while our Board of Directors is assembling on the stage, I'll just educate the audience for the benefit of everybody as to why do we do this. So in our Indian culture and tradition, all auspicious functions commence with the lighting of the lamp. The light through the lamp symbolizes knowledge and dispels darkness of ignorance. It also gives a message of peace and light to the mankind. It shines itself and causes the objects around it to shine due to its reflection. All our tasks and objectives are successfully accomplished. So that is the significance of beginning the ceremony with a lamp lighting. So is everybody here? Okay. Where is he? Can we begin the lamp lighting? Thank you, everyone, and may I request you to be seated there, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speech for opening this session is by CA Raj Vishwanathan, the CFO of Scotia Bank. And may I request CA Raj to please be on stage to address the gathering and open the session.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's my honor and pleasure to be here for the last 2 years. I couldn't make it in year one. My kind friend Arvind stood on my behalf. Thank you again for doing that. This is truly a pleasure, right? I get to meet with a lot of people once a year, and this occasion makes it happen, and it's really fantastic what you guys do to keep the community together and keep the learning real for all of us, right? I wish I could stay for the whole session. I know it's going to be great. Artificial intelligence is something that we all want to know more about, and you can't have enough of it. So thank you for all these folks who have spent their time to come and educate people like us along the way. Few thoughts. I mean, last time I talked about my personal journey. I'll probably continue on that in one more. I was thinking this morning, what else can I talk about? It's going to be a bit funny. I hope nobody's offended, okay? But it's a true story. What does the CA exam do to most of us, right? So I was reflecting on it this morning. I didn't pass the first time in my CA final. I'll say that straight. I hope my employer doesn't mind that anymore. But what happened was I did my CA entrance. I did very well. You know, I did, along with my undergrad, the CA program in India. Intermediate, I almost ranked all India. I said, wow, I'm so good. But in CA final, they taught me I'm not so good, okay? So I only passed the second time, and I'll give you how I failed the first time. So it's, you know, it used to be 2 groups. I have no idea how it happens these days. I'm talking about the 80s, right? 2 groups, I passed the first group, no problem. So sorry, I passed the second group, no problem. In the first group, the way I didn't, okay? So the way they evaluate you is they give you a break if you add 3 subjects. We used to have 4 subjects. If you make 180 in 3, you don't need to write it again. You write only the paper you failed. As long as you scored at least 30 in the 4th, okay? Here's my numbers, 179 and 29, okay? So it was not funny then, I can assure you, right? So one, I'd never failed in my whole life. And secondly, you fail by that. Maybe it's somebody's idea, right? 180 shouldn't be given to this guy so that, you know, make him write the whole thing again. And the second time when I wrote and passed, I was in a hospital. So I remember that too, when they came to see me, some of my friends to tell me that I really passed. But what it teaches you, jokes apart, or it taught me when I was reflecting on it this morning, is it teaches you fortitude and it teaches you to be resilient in life. All of us have had a journey through this program, you know, how many ever years back or more recently. But I suspect that is probably common to most of us. It is a very difficult program to get through, and it's a very difficult program to pass out and eventually make something out of it. My career is that. Because when I reflected back, I said, there is a lot of things in our career that doesn't go well, right? At the moment, you think, man, it's bad. It's difficult to go through. And it was difficult for me too. Personal life, career, I think all of us, you know, can relate to that. But what experiences like this teaches you early in life, because most of us do it in, you know, the early 20s, is life is not expected to be easy. Difficult in the moment, but the price comes later. Do I still benefit from what I learned in the CA exam or the CA program I went through in India? Absolutely. There's no doubt. People still think I'm a great accountant in my bank, which is not true. But they actually believe that, but the roots go back to what I learned in India. So I don't forget that, and that's what I was reflecting on this morning. But a few other things, right? What has Scotiabank done? I think in February 2024, this is notes that I got it, you know, vetted by Vivek, so I'm not misstating these things. We interviewed over 40 candidates from the pool from the Toronto chapter of ICAI. To us, that is very important. The other day, I was going through my own team. I am the DNI, I guess, executive chair for the whole bank. And I've seen the profile of my own team. You know, my team is a little over 2,500 people, you know, worldwide. When we look at it, we have over 2/3 of people whom we call people of color. So it's not necessarily Indian, but people of color. It reflects a lot about what Scotiabank stands for. It reflects a lot about the colleagues that I work with. And these people are exceptionally competent. When people talk to me about, you know, the span of control that I have or the responsibilities that I have in the bank, it doesn't happen because of me. 100% I can tell you. It's all these people who make me look good in various forums that I, you know, get to represent the bank or the bank's numbers and stuff like that. I mentioned about the Scotiabank, you know, supporting this for the 3rd year. We couldn't be more proud. We love this place. We love the folks behind there. You know, they make it look easy, but thank you very much for what you guys do there to make this event actually happen. We have all our meetings here. I was here last week or the week before when we had our Senior VP Plus meetings over here. So this is a forum which we like. We think it's very professional, and I hope you guys enjoy the facilities over here. And finally, a little bit about the ICA. Lots of programs you folks run over here, and I know it's not easy. I talk a lot to Vivek. I mean, he doesn't work for us anymore, but He's moved on to better opportunities, I guess. But he talks to me a lot, the passion that many of you have to devote your own personal time to make these things happen for others. I think it's much appreciated to yourself, the board, the folks that do it. I can go through the events, but I think most of you know it. So make the best of today. I hope you guys have fun as you learn along the way. And I wish I could stay, but unfortunately, work gets in the way of many things that I have to do. I have to keep my job. So thank you all. Have a great day and have a great morning.
Thank you so much, Raj, for your words of wisdom and opening the ceremony, and most importantly, supporting this initiative, which benefits the professional fraternity across. Ladies and round, one more big round of applause. This deserves. I would now like to invite Mr. Manish Mishra, President and CEO of SBI Canada Bank, on stage to hand over a memento to C.A. Raj Vishwanathan. Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. Manish. Thank you, C.A. Raj. Our next speaker for this opening ceremony is my friend and the dynamic chairman, C.A. Ritesh Desai. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause and welcome him to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. And by the way, thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Raj, for a wonderful speech. And I can just say whatever Raj reflected on his days about going to the CA program and the pains and all, it very well reflects. I can at least tell you, you just passed in the second attempt. I have a bigger number. So let's not get into that. Good morning, esteemed guests, members, sponsors, and friends. It's a tremendous honor today to address you today at the 2024 North American Talent Summit. We are privileged to gather here with influential leaders, including C.A. Raj Vishwanathan, CFO at Scotiabank, and I know our president, C.A. Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, would be here momentarily, and many distinguished speakers. So thank you all for all your presence and unwavering support. As the chair, while that is the official title, I like to address myself as the principal steward of the Toronto chapter. I want to highlight certain key themes for the years 2024 and 2026, 2024 to 2026 of the Toronto chapter. Primarily, we are currently looking at the themes as swifter, sharper, stronger. These principles guide our mission to foster a vibrant community of professionals who can navigate the complexities of today's business landscape. Let me take a few moments to talk about these. Swifter. We are committed to providing timely resources and opportunities to help our members stay abreast of all the emerging topics, key areas, developments in this rapidly changing environment. Our goal is to keep you informed, agile, and further equipping you in your success. Sharper. We are focused on equipping our members with the knowledge and skills required to thrive. Our events and resources enhance your expertise, positioning you as leaders in your respective fields. Stronger. Together we build a robust network. Our community offers support, mentorship, collaboration opportunities, empowering each member to realize their fullest potential and help them succeed in Canada, both in their professional careers as well as in their personal lives. We pride ourselves in being an inclusive community. We warmly invite professionals from very diverse backgrounds to join us, fostering a rich exchange of ideas and expertise. while we do at that R level, I would say we also collaborate periodically with our North American chapters of the ICAI, such as the San Francisco chapter and the British Columbia chapter. We also have our friends from local chapters of other global institutes, such as the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, that is from the UK, and Sri Lanka's Chartered Accountants. Can I have a show of hands? I know I've met few of them in the audience. Please welcome them all. I would like to take some few moments to talk you through about some of the past events in 2024 so far. Earlier this year, we successfully hosted the annual International Women's Day, where we celebrated success of our women leaders. We also hosted the FinTech Conclave, where we talked about AI, automation. I know during the day today, we are also having further sessions on that. So that was just a teaser. We also had sessions on for candidates and helping them how to qualify for the Canadian Chartered Professional Accountants, thanks to our supporters like CP Ontario. And we had sessions on the Canadian taxation and the 2024 India's federal budget. Speaking about events, we also had a very successful job career fair with our partners, Scotiabank. That's the same event that Raj touched upon in his speech. Multiple members from our chapters had an opportunity to collaborate with HR partners at Scotiabank, hiring managers as well, and eventually quite of them were successful and were being absorbed by Scotiabank. Once again, I thank Raj and Scotiabank for your support on this front. Big round of applause, please. And I see Mr. President, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal is here. He just landed this morning, so thank you. While we are getting back on the presentation, while we are on the topic of recruitment, the prior editions of North American Talent Summit have also had very successful conversion rates where we were able to connect people to various colleagues and different members of different professions, and people were able to grow their careers either to professional networking or through insights gained through the talent panel that we'll be having later in the day. So I encourage each one of you to please take the fullest benefit out of it today as well. By the way, to all potential recruiters, organizations looking at who are looking to hire accountants, auditors, etc., our chapters, I would like to draw our attention to one of the slides, the slide top presentation where it says job opportunities. Our chapter also has a feature wherein any recruiter can go and simply post an open vacancy, and that would be spread out to about 1,800 members that we have on the roster. And it is all done simply at a click of a button. More importantly, it comes free of cost. You don't have to pay anything to us. So it's a direct connection that you can reach out to so many large pool of talent available. I know in today's audience, we have a bunch of executives from recruitment firms and executive search firms. I see Jack and I see Loyola. Just be very clear, I am not in your competition. This is not. I'm just here to help my members and help them grow in their careers here. We are still friends, okay? I know I've talked a lot about some of the professional development events and the success stories that we have so far. And some of you might be, especially who are not the accountants, might be wondering, these accountants seem to be pretty boring. They just seem to be always working behind the numbers and just looking at profit and loss, balance sheet, numbers, how things are progressing. Let me warn you, you do not underestimate the imagination of an accountant. And we have fun too. So this can be evident from, we had an annual picnic. Again, we had a huge base of about 200 people participate. That was with our families and friends. We had the badminton tournament, where again, members of our chapter, as well as the families who participate. The badminton tournament we launched, and then it kind of continued. So it's a running series. And the icing on the cake. This year, the Toronto chapter won the the Mayor's Cup in the accountants category cricket tournament. So big round of applause. You can see the men in blue there, and I'm sure you recognize the rock star. Yes, truly, standing with a trophy. Just kidding. No, I was fortunate to be part of the playing team that won the tournament. Looking ahead, we are thrilled to announce our Diwali Gala in November, a celebration of culture and community that promises to bring together the members and their families, as well as guests, together for a celebration of festivities, networking, and inspiration. The chief guest for this year's Diwali Gala is the Honorable Mr. Chandra Arya, who is a Member of Parliament from Nepean, Ontario. I encourage you all to participate, and let's celebrate Diwali together. By the way, for participants who are not familiar, we celebrate the most significant Hindu festival next week, which is Diwali, also known as the Festival of Lights. It symbolizes the spiritual victory of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and victory of good over evil. I wish you all a very Shubha Deepavali or a happy Diwali in advance. Thank you. Post Diwali in March 2025, we'll be hosting our annual International Women's Day with a series of events focusing on the empowerment and achievement of our women leaders. We believe it's crucial to highlight and support the contribution of women in various fields, in various professions, including our accounting and finance. Additionally, this year we are also launching the student career guidance sessions in partnership with local universities, including the UFT, University of Toronto, and McMaster. These sessions will provide invaluable insights to students, helping them understand career paths and opportunities. These initiatives is a wonderful way to give back to the community and inspire the next generation of leaders. Further, as part of our social outreach, we've also partnered with a local food bank and are partnering with a blood bank and tree planting community group. Stay tuned for more information. Let me quickly now talk about some of the benefits of being associated with the Toronto chapter. First, I'll talk about the benefits for being a member of the Toronto chapter. While there are numerous benefits, I'll highlight a couple of them. First and foremost is the professional development opportunity. Through the chapter, the events, it facilitates helping you engage in workshops and seminars tailored to enhance your professional skills and keep you updated with industry trends. Networking opportunities. This gives an opportunity to connect with fellow professionals, potential clients, and industry leaders. Events like this summit provide a perfect platform for building invaluable relationships. Third, resources and guidance. Access a wealth of materials, from research papers to mentorship programs, specifically designed to support your career growth. Next, I'll talk about some of the benefits to our sponsors. To our sponsors, your support is invaluable. Associating with our chapter offers unique advantages. First, the brand exposure. Your organization gains visibility through our events, newsletters, publications, social media, and helps it reach a wide and diverse audience of professionals and businesses. Second, engagement with members. Sponsorships allows you to connect directly with our members, showcasing your products and services while building meaningful relationships. Third, community impact. By supporting our initiatives, you sponsors play an important and crucial role in the professional development of emerging leaders in our industry. So thank you for your support. However, and I would say however, I'm an auditor by trade. I'm sure many of you would have gone through these conversations when we're talking to auditor and the auditor has sometimes to convey the difficult news, and he has to be a bit diplomatic. He starts with, yeah, you're doing this, well, this is going, and then he pauses with, say, but. And you have seen clients going, darn, there comes the bombshell now. Same here. No, just kidding again. While we have come a long way thus far, there is a lot of work to be done to elevate our chapter even further, and we need your engagement. Here's how you can help us to grow further. Number one, volunteer. I encourage the members to join our committees, to assist in event organization such as this, mentorship programs or outreach programs. Your unique skills are significantly impactful and help our membership base, and by the way, also contribute a lot to our chapter's success. Second, host workshops. Share your expertise by leading workshops or webinars. This not only enhances your own personal profile, but also enriches our community. Third, engage with the community. So participate in outreach initiatives to connect with local businesses and educational institutions, helping us attract new partners. Fourth, advocate for inclusion. Encourage your fellow Indian Chartered Accountants who are yet to become the members of our chapter to join our chapter. Share your positive experiences and the value of being part of the community. Fifth, and very importantly, feedback and ideas. We welcome your inputs. Share your thoughts on how we can enhance our chapter and services. Your voice is very crucial for the success of shaping our future. In closing and in conclusion, I would say let's work together to embody our themes that I highlighted earlier during my presentation of being swifter, sharper, stronger. With the collective wisdom and support of leaders like those present here in the audience today, we can drive our chapters to newer heights. Together, we have the power to create a dynamic environment which fosters professional growth, innovation, and collaboration. Thank you for your commitment and support. I look forward to working alongside all of you and make the Toronto chapter a beacon of excellence in our community. Let's make the difference together. Thank you.
Guys, Ritesh prepared for 10 days on this one. Good job. Thank you so much, Ritesh. Yeah, worth it. Yeah, thank you. I'm just kidding. He just did it last night, I know. Thank you so much, Ritesh. And may I request CA Raj Vishwanathan to hand over a memento to Ritesh. Applause should go on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the person we've been waiting for, and the person who flew all the way from India through New York, through San Francisco, none other than the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal. May I request the AV team to play his profile, and sir, may you please join us on stage for the opening ceremony.
CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, President, ICAI. CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal ascends to the esteemed position of the 72nd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the year 2024-25. A graduate from Calcutta University, he has served on various committees of ICAI such as the Professional Development Committee and the Ethical Standards Board. He has led many initiatives including UDIN and Bank Branch Audit Allocation Software. Demonstrating enthusiasm and commitment to keeping pace with technological advancements, He actively engages in the integration of artificial intelligence and automation. He strives to build a futuristic workplace and workforce by emphasizing on continuous training, upskilling, and reskilling. CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal initiated the CA Business Leaders 40 Under 40 campaign to build leaders for tomorrow, recognizing and celebrating the achievements of 40 young CA professionals under the age of 40. CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal.
We extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. And before I hand over the baton to, I have two important announcements to make. One is that Scotiabank Talent Acquisition Team and Scotiabank Wealth have set up booths outside. So in your break times, please go and visit them to find for opportunities as well as to how to park your money and make your money grow better. And with that words, I will now pass it over to the president of the ICI to address the gathering, sir.
Very young and dynamic chairperson, Vivek ji, Ritesh, Raj ji, and all the very respected dignitaries who have assembled in the morning today. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I'm honored and privileged to have myself amongst all of a elite gathering in which in the morning so many of professional and the consultant and the thought leaders who are assembled here. And thank you, Vivek, for organizing this annual conference in Canada. This chapter has many occasions won the awards on many occasions, and this chapter in Canada, we have 50 chapters outside India. And yesterday I launched another 51st chapter in Florida from San Francisco. So when I was talking them, so I told them that tomorrow I'm going to Canada. So Canada is one of the most vibrant and active chapter in all the 50 chapters put together. So thank you very much, Vivek. Friends, we are the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and we all are part of this, a great body, a great organization. But let me tell you something about our country first, then our Indian story, and then ICI, how we are growing. Back home, I know all of you miss India, although your body is here, but your soul still resides in India, and you miss India a lot. And that's why, if you see the Indian growth trajectory, today India has the world's youngest and tech-savvy population in the world. We have a largest number of professionals across the world in India. We have more than 7% growth consistently, which no other country has achieved so far. We have already crossed $4 trillion economy. We are now the 5th largest economy in the world, and very soon, under the dynamic leadership of Prime Minister, we are very soon going to be the 3rd largest economy in the world. We have the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. And more so, in this startup ecosystem, generating AI, most of the startups now are preferring generating AI, and they are doing a lot of adventure in generating AI. As far as sustainability is concerned, India has preached and practiced sustainability since ages. We worship trees, we worship sea, we worship Akash, we worship animal. So we are almost an environmental friendly civilization since ages. And that's why the Indian government has taken a lead as far as promoting the sustainability across the world is concerned. If you see the stock market, all the entire world, 4th largest stock market are today in India. And there are so many growth stories I can go on and on. If you see the digitalization is happening in India, the total global digital transaction which are happening across the world, 48% of the global share are in India. UPI is the miracle. Paytm and UPI, the way monies are transferred with the lowest of the cost and the shortest time, it's unprecedented. And that's why India is a growth story, and there is a vision 2047, how this country can be a developed country in next 25 years. For this, all the efforts, all the initiative, all the adventures are taking place in the single direction: India can become a developed country. Then how this, when everybody is contributing in the growth trajectory of India, how the ICI can be far behind? Institute of Chartered Accountants India, way back in 1949, and we have celebrating now 75 years of existence. And see the number we have. This institute, which started with 1,600 odd members in 75 years ago, in the last 75 years, with its credibility, consistency, and quality, we have now crossed 400,000 members in ICI. We have 1 million students pursuing chartered accountancy. So 1.4 million fraternity. There are 182 accounting body in the world. We are now today the world largest accounting body. And I can see many girls, young girls are there. Every third CA in our country, every third CA is a women chartered accountant. And out of this 1 million students pursuing chartered accountancy, 44%, that is also without reservation, 44% are girls pursuing chartered accountancy. If you see the history of any developed nation, the participation of the women has played a contributory role, an important role in the development trajectory of any nation. Whenever the development took place, the women participation has exceeded the participation of men. That's why that country is a developed country. I am very happy that India is on that right path where more and more women are coming into the mainstream. There was a time 20-30 years ago, we used to say कि लड़कियां पढ़ के क्या करेगी, घर का काम करेगी, household work. Today, every girl are taking the leadership role in every sector and organization, and so is the ICI. Lot of branches, study circle, chapter, where the girls are taking the leadership role in our ICI. So we are very happy. The 44% girls who are interested in finance, accounting, taxation, which was unprecedented in the 20 years before, is on the right track. And that's why we are on the right growth trajectory to make our country as a developed country. Now, whether these parameters and these development aspects are enough, if the country wants to be developed in 2047, we also have a 25-year vision. 2049, when the institute will celebrate 100 years of existence, what should be the role of a chartered accountant? What should be the role of a body like ICI? You have heard artificial intelligence. Now the artificial intelligence is a electricity for every human being. The way audit profession, the way advisory profession are working, the artificial intelligence is helping as an assistant and tool in executing all your parameters of the qualitative work. We have a standard called sampling. Gradually, the standard on sampling will be redundant. 100% data verification is the order of the day. And the way you are using this artificial intelligence, big asset, wind power or the large trucks, are stock taking done by the drones. The artificial intelligence help you to select the right audit team. The day-to-day transaction or unusual transaction of the client is being detected by the artificial intelligence. How quality is going to be achieved in the organization, entire ecosystem is defined by artificial intelligence. So what we are saying, a chartered accountant with the knowledge of artificial intelligence will replace a chartered accountant without the knowledge of artificial intelligence. So if you are a CA or a professional, the new technological advancement we have to embrace if we have to go forward in next 25 years. What we have done in the ICI, we have made this year a committee called AI in ICI. AI in ICI. Our Prime Minister used to say AI means artificial intelligence, but AI also means aspirate India, aspiring India. And that's why they have defined. So what we have done in our institute, as far as student is concerned, they have to go through the study-mate, suggested answer, RTP and question bank. We have made a CA GPT. And it's a ring-fenced, only our database are downloaded in the CA GPT. Now a student want to know what is AS2, cost or NRV, whichever is lower. The system answer in the fraction of second without opening the book, and that is certified by ICI. If the student want to know this question, how many times came in last 75 years, the system answer in the fraction of second. If the student want to know what is this Caro provision, the system answer in fraction. So all this stuff we have downloaded and given to 1 million students this CA GPT free of cost. For the practicing chartered accountant or advisor and consultant, we have 4 lakh CA, 400,000. 1.6 lakh are in practicing, rest are in industry. Now there are 7,000 listed company in India and 17 lakh unlisted company. Now a auditor want to know what are the adverse comment, qualified opinion, or emphasis of matter, or a related party transaction while coming across the audit provision, and he want to know what other auditors has done in the similar situation. You have to go to the annual report of 7,000 listed company. We are in the process to download entire annual report of 7,000 listed company in the CA GPT. And without reading this 7,000 annual report, you can find out the auditor's opinion, the fees structure, the related party transaction, notes on accounts, whatever way you want, the system will answer you in fraction of second without going through this 7,000 listed company annual report. We are also in the process to 17 lakh unlisted company report in the CAGPT. And very soon, we are going to launch this CAGPT to 400,000 members and going to give them free of cost. What I am trying to tell you, these are the tools which you have to use without applying your mind. You have to apply your mind in the more productive area as an opinion, as a consultant. We are an opinion maker. The data has to be provided, and on the basis of data, we have to make our opinion. The way digitalization is happening in a country like India, more and more data are generated every day. And hardly 1,60,000 practicing members in a country of 1.4 billion people. Huge professional opportunity exists. Now coming to the sustainability, we have made a board in 2019, before COVID, Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, wherein we have come out with the various sustainable standards, and the SEBI in our country has made BRSR standard applicable to top 1,000 listed company. It's a bouquet of 150 questions every auditor has to answer. So now the financial transaction will not decide the going concern of an entity. Non-financial transaction, the way the organization is impacting the environment, how much they are damaging the environment, will decide the going concern of an entity. Now the RBI say the company or the organization which are emitting more carbon will be given less credit, and those are emitting less carbon will be given more credit. Insolvency and bankruptcy law came in our country. The genesis of this law, in our country, resources are limited, but the talent is unlimited. If you are running a factory and you are not bringing value addition and multiplying the resource of the country, you have to leave the factory. The more competent person will come, take over and run the factory so that the multiplication of the resources can be happen. And that is the genesis of insolvency and bankruptcy law. 10 lakh crore of the claims settled outside these insolvency processes, and there are 4,400 insolvency professionals in our country. You will be happy to know, out of this 4,400 IP in our country, 60% are chartered accountant. So the environmental going concern will decide the financial reporting and the non-financial reporting. It's an integrated reporting. So these are the two major areas where the chartered accountant are going to play a big role as far as artificial intelligence and the sustainability reporting is concerned. These are the two big areas in which huge amount of professional opportunity exists, and our Indian CAs are doing a lot of work. We have a lot of other plans, but let me tell you how this India and the Canada, how they can collaborate. At 1 p.m. I am going to meet CPA Canada President, where we have a MRA, which we are going to renew today at 1 o'clock. How the Indian CA and the CPA from Canada can collaborate and work together in a more efficient way. That is the objective of ICI. We have 8 countries where 8 accounting body we have MRA, in which Canada is one of them. Now, the Indian qualification, Indian CA degree is respected not only in India, but across the world. There are 42,000 Indian CA who are working outside India. And wherever I am going, I am feeling very elated and happy that our Indian CA not only established, but they are doing justice not only for themselves, their family at home, but also contributing the respective country economy, and that's why they are respected in the respective country. That is a huge respect which all you people are bringing laurels to the country like India back home. And we proudly say that our Indian CA are working phenomenally in all walks of life in every country. So big round of applause to all of you for working so hard. But let me tell you, you have achieved a lot. But the time has come that you have to look towards India. How this country has given so much to you. What is the growth trajectory? How you want to think about your next generation. How this next generation want to see themselves in the which place, in which direction. That decision you have to take. If you can see all this growth data and the happening in back home our country, you will be surprised to know. Yesterday we had a GIFT IFC delegation in New York and San Francisco. How this GIFT IFC has become a global offshore hub, where if you invest there, if you work there, the 10-year income tax exemption, single window clearance, rate of interest exemption, so many facility are there, and single unified regulator, RBI, SEBI, MCA, they have merged together a single regulator, IFSCA. And that's why the country is now playing their cards in such a way that more and more investment should come to India and India should grow the way it should grow. So the responsibility cast on you people also. You have grown, you have done a lot. Now you also see how India can be benefited with your contribution. Before that, I conclude, we have a vision. These 42,000 chartered accountants, how they can come on the global network platform at one place. How to bring them? Because if you are in Canada and if you want to connect your fellow brother and sister in Dubai, you don't know. We have come out with a solution, which we are launching just now. 42,000 chartered accountants who are registered with the ICI, if you download this app with the details which you have authorized ICI to publish, can become at one platform, and whomsoever download the app, they can know who others has downloaded with their credential and details at one platform. So the vision of ICI is 42,000 chartered accountants can come on one aggregator platform produced by ICI, and that's why we are launching today on this very auspicious occasion of the annual conference of CPA Canada, ICI Diaspora app. Please. So we grab the opportunity to have all of you in this Canada, and we are launching this app today, and after this onwards, this app is available to be downloaded across the country, across the world, for every chartered accountant who has registered with the ICI in SSP portal. Through OTP, you can download, and you can very well pretty sure whomsoever you connect in this app, they are also registered member of the ICI, and they are equally responsible and trusted the way you are. So that's the idea of this app. And the last but not the least, let me tell you one small story. जब एक माँ छोटे बच्चे को उठाती है तो वो उसे कमर पे रखती है, and by taking this child along with her, she do the household work. The idea of mother is that the child should learn or should be engaged whatever she is doing. But उसी बच्चे को जब एक फादर उठाता है तो उसे यहाँ नहीं रखता. He put the child on the soldier. What is the vision of father? फादर ये कहता है कि तुम्हारा विजन मेरे से बड़ा होना पड़ेगा, जो मैं नहीं देख पाया वो तुमको देखना है. That is the vision. That is the vision of father. हमारे जो इंस्टीट्यूट है, they are playing dual role. Hand holding like a mother and vision like a father. you have to owe and you have to repay whatever the institute has given to all of us. Kyonki the family name comes after your name in the family you are born. But there is another family which give you the letter CA before your name, the way you earn the degree of ICA. So I wish all of you in this very right morning, thank you very much for a patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your words of wisdom. And we are so fortunate that the ICA Diaspora app has been launched at the Toronto chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you for giving us this honor, and this will be etched in history that when the people ask where the app was launched, it was in Toronto at the Scotia Centre by the President himself. Thank you so much. Without further delay, I would like to invite CA Dr. Raj Mantra, the past chairperson of the Toronto chapter of the ICI, to please come on stage and give a token of appreciation to our president of the ICI for his participation in this event and being the chief guest here. Thank you, everyone. And I will also take the honor to invite Mr. Gary Comerford on stage and to present a memento of our appreciation to Mr. Chong Ho Park, the CEO of Shinhan Bank, Canada. Mr. Chong Ho Park, can I have you on stage, please, to receive a memento as a token of our appreciation for your participation in this event today? Mic, can I take the mic, Ritesh? You want to take the mic behind you? Behind you. Okay, no problem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And with this, we conclude the opening ceremony. Thank you to all the dignitaries. Oh yeah, can we have all the board of directors for a photograph before we conclude the ceremony? Mr. Park, can you please also join for the photograph? Thank you, and with this I hand over to my colleague on the board, C. Akhil Kapoor, to take over the proceedings of the next session. Akhil, over to you.
Thanks, Vivek. Good morning, everyone. My name is Akhil Kapoor, and I have the privilege of serving as the Secretary and Director of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the Toronto chapter. I'm sure you enjoyed the opening ceremony. Great insights shared by Mr. Raj Viswanathan, Mr. Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, and our chairperson, Mr. Ritesh Desai. As Vivek mentioned, this is the third edition of the North American Talent Summit. Over the past 2 years, we have gathered remarkable leaders, industry experts, and passionate individuals who share a commitment to fostering talent in North America. We were eager to explore the talent landscape and the challenges it presents. But we also recognized how much we had to learn. Since then, we have grown tremendously, both in our understanding of the issues at hand and the network we have built together. With each edition, we have aimed to create a platform for meaningful discussions and actionable insights. And I'm proud to say we have made significant strides. As we embark on this third edition, we carry with us the lessons learned from our previous events, along with a renewed sense of purpose and commitment to driving positive change. Just as a seed must push through the soil to reach the sun, we must also navigate challenges and embrace growth in our careers. Thank you for being part of this incredible journey. Together, let's continue to shape the future of talent in North America. Today, we are fortunate to have exceptional list of moderators and panelists, with each bringing a treasure trove of knowledge, experience, and diverse perspectives. Before we dive in, I invite you to direct your gaze to the screen for a brief video introducing our esteemed moderators and panelists. As the video plays, our distinguished speakers will make the way to the stage. Let's take a moment to appreciate the wealth of knowledge gathered in this room and get ready to be inspired. Please join me in welcoming them as they take their seats. Can we please play the AV?
Helen McConnell, partner, BIPOC Executive Search, Inc. With a diploma in business marketing and business administration from George Brown College, Helen is a multilingual, fully bilingual in English and Italian, and conversationally proficient in French and Spanish. She is an Italian-born Ethiopian and is a settler to Toronto, bringing close to 21 years of experience in executive search recruitment and with a proven track record of identifying, attracting, assessing, and hiring top diversity talent. As a partner, Helen offers a solutions-based approach, drawing upon her extensive experience in retained executive search across both private and public sectors.
Round of applause.
Urmila Mahabir Singh, partner, BIPOC Executive Search, Inc. A graduate of the Human Resources Management program at Sheridan College and migrating over 25 years ago to Canada from Trinidad and Tobago, West Indies, Urmila has her ancestral roots in India and Nepal. She brings in more than 20 years of experience in leading strategic talent management in the not-for-profit, private, and public sectors. Empowering numerous professionals and newcomers to Canada, she takes an active role in the community towards nurturing a more harmonious, peaceful, and sustainable planet. Urmila has built innovative solutions which enhance organizational revenue and growth while creating spaces of belonging, reflecting their customers and communities. Shamira Madhani, Managing Director and Deputy Executive Director, WES. Recipient of the Metropolis Policymaker Award at the 2020 Metropolis Canada Awards of Excellence, Shamira is a guest lecturer at Queen's University and the Monk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy, University of Toronto. She joined WES in 2018 after more than 2 decades of government service in Ontario, with her last position being Assistant Deputy Minister for Health, Education and Social Policy in the Cabinet Office. Shamira also served as Chief Diversity and Accessibility Officer, ensuring that 62,000 employees met accessibility and inclusion goals. She serves on the boards of Windmill Microlending, SHAD Canada, Herzing College Toronto, and the CERC Migration Stakeholder Advisory Board at Toronto Metropolitan University. Shamira has featured in Profiles in Diversity Journal's 2019 Women Worth Watching Awards, which recognizes women who have demonstrated high levels of leadership. Dr. Eileen D. Villa,
May I request
Chief
Shamira
Medical
to come on
Officer,
stage, please?
Toronto. Overseeing programs for 3 million residents, holding multiple advanced degrees and an adjunct professorship at the University of Toronto, Dr. Eileen spearheads Canada's largest public health agency as Toronto's Medical Officer of Health. As the city's health leader, she has guided crucial initiatives like Toronto's COVID-19 vaccination campaign and addressed the ongoing drug toxicity crisis. Her research spans urban health planning, emergency preparedness, and disease control. Dr. Eileen's expertise in health equity and communication has earned her numerous accolades. These include the 2021 IABC Toronto Communicator of the Year, the 2022 Most Influential Filipina Women in the World Award, and recognitions for healthcare improvement from the University of Toronto and Canadian Foundation. Her multifaceted background in medicine, public health, and business administration uniquely positions her to lead Toronto's health initiatives. Sandra Roberts, Independent Board Member. With more than 30 years of national and international experience and career in professional services, Sandra is an accomplished business and finance executive. As a partner in 2 of the leading Big Four firms, Deloitte and PwC, she is a trusted business advisor to boards of directors and executive teams on governance, financial and enterprise-wide risk management, execution of strategic priorities, and business objectives. Sandra currently serves as a corporate director at Shinhan Bank Canada and chair of the Audit Committee and Governance and HR Committee, past chair of the Risk Management Committee and board member at Toronto Global. Her past board service includes the Board of Children's Aid Foundation of Canada, Branksome Hall Canada and Branksome Hall Asia, Treasurer and Audit Committee Chair of Food Banks of Canada, and the Ontario College of Arts and Design as an Audit and Council member of the Board of Governors. Camilla Calmet, Director, Talent Acquisition, Scotia Bank. A psychologist with a master's degree in marketing and commercial management, Camilla currently serves as Director, Talent Acquisition with over a decade of experience at Scotia Bank. She started her career in Scotia Bank, Peru, where she led the talent acquisition team and gained extensive experience in recruitment, global recruitment transformation projects, executive search, and employment branding. Since relocating to Canada in 2022, Camilla has played integral roles within the executive search and the leadership and talent management teams. Gary Comerford, President and CEO, CMC Global. A Bachelor of Arts, History Honours, an MBA from the University of Western Ontario, honoured with the Institute of Corporate Directors Certification through the Rotman School of Management, University of Toronto, Gary first entered the financial services business in 1977 as a branch manager for TD Canada Trust. He joined Sun Life Canada as Vice President of Marketing, worked in a number of roles including General Manager for India, and later retired as Senior Vice President International. In 2009, he joined Reinsurance Group of America as Executive Vice President and was later appointed Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer. In 2014, Gary incorporated CMC Global, a consulting company specializing in international expansion. Throughout his career, Gary has written for a variety of industry publications. and has spoken extensively at industry seminars about the future of the financial services industry. As an active member of his community, he has taught marketing as an instructor at Brock University, held presidency of the Catholic Children's Aid Society Foundation of Toronto, and Rotary Club of Oakville. He received the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal for significant achievement and remarkable service. Vijay Thomas, CEO, Tangential, a Bachelor in Mechanical Engineering from Karnataka University and an MBA from the Goa Institute of Management, Vijay is the president of TIE Toronto since January 2023 and has served as the president of the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce in 2021. As the founder and CEO of Tangentia, an agile digital transformation company headquartered in Toronto with operations in the USA, India, and Canada, Vijay is also the founder and CEO of Tangentia Ventures, which invests in early stage companies with a special focus on immigrant run companies. He is on the board of Willowdale BIA, a local business organization in Toronto, and he is active in multiple local and global business organizations. Vijay grew up in Goa, India, and then lived in Chennai, Boston, Montreal, and now calls Toronto his home for more than 20 years. Vijay Thomas.
Thank you all the moderators and panelists. Before we begin, I would like to remind each of you that on each table, you will find a QR code on a sheet of paper. Our team is ready to capture your questions online, which will be relayed to our moderators during the Q&A portion of the discussion. Your voice matters, and we encourage your participation. Now, without further ado, I will hand over things to the expert moderators, Helen and Murmila, at BIPOC Executive Search. They have been moderating this session since we began in 2022, and their expertise will surely enrich our experience today. Thank you, Helen and Urmila, and over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for that introduction. And Urmila and I are very excited to be here for the third year in a row representing BIPOC Executive Search. So good morning to everybody. Good morning. Excellent. So I hope you have not only the QR code ready, but also a pen and paper. I know that there's some notepads there on the tables for you, or whatever digital device you have to take some notes, because there are definitely going to be some interesting takeaways and insights shared this morning on this phenomenal panel. Always like to start with a bit of a warm-up question, kind of warm up our bodies a little bit as well. So panelists as well, please participate. Raise your hand if you have had a mentor or a sponsor that has provided you with significant positive impact in terms of your personal growth or your career growth. Yes, fantastic. Panelists, the type of conversation that we're going to have is going to be engaging, and we're going to be talking about a number of different topics this morning. So maybe I'll start with one question, question one, and it can be for anyone on the panel. If you could share how your work has intersected in helping individuals kind of across the variety of diasporas, but individuals perhaps that are fairly new to the country, and knowing that you all have very different expertise, very different areas of business, of organizations and industries. Who would like to get us started in terms of a response? Go ahead, Shamira.
This is working. The reason why I wanted to start first is then I can breathe for about 10 minutes while everybody passes. So the work that I currently do with WES, World Education Services, hopefully everybody is aware of the work that I do, is very much about making sure that new immigrants who come to our country are able to thrive commensurate with their past experience and education. And the question they're asking me, and why I sit in front of you this morning, is that I came as a young child with my parents. We came from East Africa, UK system. He had a number of businesses, highly educated and experienced. And when we came in the early 70s, my sister and I watched him not being able to find a job. He spoke English fluently, lots of experience, ended up basically working at a local golf club, uh, washing toilets, picking up towels, and it was really hard at that point watching because there was a role reversal. Ultimately, what ended up happening is there was success because they ended up, after my sister and I went to university, starting up a small business. But it impacted me pretty greatly in terms of what I wanted to do to make a difference. And so you saw my profile working in government, trying to influence public policy, and now at WES. And so the whole personal impact in terms of how I wanted to contribute and where I am today.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for getting us started. Yes, Dr. Davila.
So might I pick up from there, because you've mentioned a really important word, and that's public policy. But first, let me start off with a good morning to everybody and say what a pleasure it is. I don't normally get to meet with roomfuls of accountants. So I have to admit, this is it's a fascinating experience. And I'll look forward to any questions you may have, because as I said, I'm not used to having questions from accountants. For what it's worth, I do have an MBA as part of my training, and one of my favorite courses was accounting. So I hope that endears me to you a little bit. Anyway, when I think about public policy and I think about opportunities, for newcomers and immigrants to Canada, and I think about what public health is, I think these are natural fits. So why do I say that? I know public health, most of you think about, especially given the events of the last few years, you think about infectious diseases like COVID. You may think about vaccines. You may think about the dreaded L word, lockdowns. But that actually is a very small component of what public health is. When we think about what public health is and what its objectives are, simply put, the point of public health is to improve the health of a population, to reduce inequities in health, and yes, to prepare for and respond effectively to outbreaks and emergencies. So setting aside that third piece and thinking about health and health equity, how do we all enjoy the best health possible and reduce the gap in health status between those who have the best health and those who unfortunately don't have as good health? That's all about the conditions in which we live, right? Health isn't created by hospitals or clinics or doctors, as much as many of my colleagues might think that. They're important, but at the end of the day, what actually makes a society healthy is income, social connection, education, housing, transportation options, all of these things together, the conditions within which we live, work, and play. So to my mind, when I think about creating opportunities for immigrants and newcomers to Canada, that's actually creating a healthy society and reducing those inequities that exist in health. So the policy work that we just heard about, that creating an environment that actually allows people, that facilitates people to reach their potential, whatever that is, that's ultimately public health. The challenge, of course, is that that occurs because it is so dispersed. It occurs in many different sectors. So as public health, we don't have our hand, if you will, directly on a lever of control. But what we do is try to influence policy decisions, bringing the best available evidence to bear. So that, I think that's, I'll leave it at that and see what else our colleagues on the panel have to add.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for bringing the health component into that question, because you're absolutely right. We need to feel good, not only physically but mentally as well, in order to move forward and to grow and to also influence and impact our networks and our families and our communities as well. Excellent. Romola, over to you.
Would you
No
like
one's
me to?
going, I'll go.
Oh, please, go ahead, Vijay.
So I think at Tangential, I say we have a diversity problem. I'm an immigrant, and I have a bias to hiring immigrants. So somebody came to me and said, I got to hire non-immigrants now. So we definitely have been embracing. There is the immigrant work ethic. There's a lot of things going good for immigrants, right? So I actually say this, okay, if you guys in the room, you're immigrants, your next generation, they will not have some of these things. The things that are, we sometimes look at it from two lenses. One lens is immigrants have it tough. There's another glass half full view of this. Immigrants have it good. Okay, and I'll talk a little bit about that, okay? If you're a new immigrant to Canada, what don't you have? Okay, you don't have Canadian experience, but you don't have a mortgage. You don't have too much things. You can pack 2 bags and move to anywhere in the country. You're agile. You have different things. So I think, and especially if people are talking about, helping, I think we need to help immigrants understand their strengths, right? You have some things good for you. And once you understand that, and another big thing is you don't have a mortgage, guess what? People talk about a discount. You know what? If you get 10% less than somebody else, take it. Okay, take it is my thing. Okay, don't complain. I mean, you know what? We should get the same price, whatever, whatever. Okay, just take it. You will get through it, and you'll make it up later. Okay, so I truly believe there are strengths to being immigrants, and I think we got to play that well. And and I actually fear for my kids. They might actually lose some of this stuff, right? So my fears are. We might actually lose this. So I'm not so worried about immigrants, not succeed. I think you will. You just need to find your superpower and your strengths and play to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. Let's change that to not we think you will, but you definitely will. Good morning, everyone. My name is Urmila. I'm sorry my mic was not working earlier, but really pleased to be here along with Helen and learn and be inspired by all of these amazing panelists, as Helen shared. Thank you, Shamira and Vijay and Dr. Davila. Those intersections as to the determinants of health, like Helen mentioned as well. Instead of just collating the data, right? I've worked at Canadian Institute for Health Information, which I'm sure you know well, and it's about looking at the sectors of data across the country. But then we were looking at, so what pools of data were actually being evaluated, right? Were we biased in the data? Not us, but was there bias in the data as to who was being reported, right? So looking at being the chief medical officer and looking at health beyond what's going on today and how we can shape that, prior is very much like shaping our careers and our hopes and our successes in the future. So I know we've heard from a few of you, and Shamira, thanks as well to you for sharing your story. I'm sure everybody here has a story, and some of you are further along in that journey, and some of you will be on a panel like this, if you're not already, sharing your own story. And I encourage you to connect with each other and share those stories with who's next to you, in fact, at the tables in the room. So I wonder if we could turn to Camila for a moment. We'll give an opportunity to everyone as we learn from each of you. In your experience at a major bank, and so thank you. I believe you're at Scotia. So thank you, Scotiabank, for hosting us all here today. Really appreciate that. What specific qualities or skills would you say you're looking for in new hires? Just bringing it back to the focus of finance and accounting professionals who are recent immigrants to this country.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I will say that nowadays, like this was not like this probably like a few years back, but nowadays we're focusing more on a skill-based approach. We're really looking into those transferable skills that anyone can bring to a new role, right? So it's more about like what the person can do, the values, the behavior. So that's a good focus that I think like now is shifting and that every company is going to. Of course, there are also some technical skills that we see, and we are seeing more about automation. We've talked about a lot about this, AI, process improvement. There's lots about sustainability, and having a CA, having a certification that it's so like global and it can be translated in many countries, usually helps. it helps for us, to recruiters, to really see and say, oh yes, this matches like what we're looking for. It gives some credibility of, yes, they have the experience, so it can be transferred. It makes it easier. But I'll say that's just, or usually in the screening phase. When you get to interview phase, that's when you start to see like those soft skills. So having a strong communication skill is a big one. This space is very complex, lots of numbers, lots of data. So how to translate that into something digestible, easy for anyone to understand, for anyone to follow. So as I see it, it's a lot about how to tell the story.
And part of that, gaining that confidence, is listening to what you all are sharing and being able to communicate that in rooms like this. So again, I'm going back to, I encourage you not to just sit and listen, but participate as much as you can with each other and grow your networks that way too. Over to you, Helen.
Excellent. If you haven't noticed, we're going to be going back and forth a little bit. Just ensuring that we all share the mic, which is a very important piece that we talk about at our firm with respect to bringing a sense of belonging, bringing a sense of inclusivity across team members, across audiences as well. So thank you. Already lots of insights. I hope you are taking notes. Camila, you spoke about the soft skills and the transferability of international accreditation to local, and Shamir, you made mention of that as well. Sandra, I want to pose this question to you, having had an opportunity to work across a number of different industries, of course, from your consulting work, but also across different countries and cities. What are some of the maybe any strategies, any advice that you might want to share around to the audience around how to bridge some of those differences, whether they be cultural or even from a regulatory perspective?
That's great. Thanks, Helen. I have two pieces to my answer. The first one is to individuals. I would say do your homework. You need to learn the rules of the game, whether it's regulation, laws of the new land, or the environment that you're working, or the industry that you're working in. You need to learn the rules. You also need to learn the rules in terms of how to interact with people, right? So that's the cultural side, the nuances, the how different cultures have different norms. You need to understand that to be effective. Whether it's in negotiations with clients, customers, or as a leader, you need to understand how to interact with people. What are the norms that they hold dear and important, very close to their heart? So I would strongly encourage you to do your homework. There's so much information available on the internet that it's not like my days where I had to go to a library, look in the Encyclopedia Britannica. If you happen to have, a set at home, then you're very lucky. But information is so available to you. So take the time to learn the rules, both in terms of laws and people. The other piece I would say is to corporations. I mean, we have operations all over the world. Many of you work in organizations that have subsidiaries. I certainly am involved with Shinhan Bank Canada, and I'm part of a subsidiary of our parent company back in Korea. I would strongly encourage, and I'm sure they have much of this, but onboarding programs. Before you send your people out, get them to learn the rules, right? Whether it's dealing with people, the cultural norms, cultural awareness sessions. I know as a partner, we did audits with First Nations. We gave them awareness training on culture and how to behave in certain settings. So I think there's two parts to that, and each party has a responsibility to take that on, be engaged, and own it.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Sandra.
Absolutely. Thanks for sharing, Sandra. And I appreciate that you spoke to the corporations in the room as well. And to those of you here who may be in strategic leadership rooms, for who may not yet have an onboarding program, similar to what Sandra discussed, it's probably as simple as getting together and discussing what a pilot could look like, but would definitely encourage you to think some more about that. And those of you in the room who have gone into a new organization and perhaps felt like the onboarding process could be honed, feel free to share that, right? Whether you want to do it incognito or not, but feel free to share, your personal experience, which is how organizations form their cultures, right? With the insights from everyone in an organization on a 360 basis. Not only the board members, not only the strategic team, but the value that every single individual brings into the organization, into the room, to humanity. Gary, I wonder if we could turn to you for a moment. Certain countries have really, really strong economic ties. We won't go into the political side of what's happening right now, but let's focus on the positive side of the strong economic ties between Canada and India, and the fact that a lot of the folks in this room are incredible individuals, incredible in their careers, and they have really, really excelled. And now looking to transfer that globalized knowledge, if you will, into the Canadian market. With your experience working in, across the world, around the world, what would you like to share with for this room of immigrants? I'm an immigrant as well from Trinidad and Tobago many, many moons ago. Please share what you think they can do to, shine in a globalized market.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much to the Institute of Chartered Accountants for the invitation today. As Dr. DeVille says, she has an MBA, and as you probably notice, I have an MBA also. Now, she stated that she really enjoyed accounting in her MBA program. I must admit, at Western, it was very simple, that you had one accounting exam, and if you passed that exam, you never had to take accounting again. I did everything possible in my life to make sure that I passed that exam. Now, 45, 50 years later, the full circle comes around, I guess it's 50 years later, and I spend most of my time now on boards with accountants and serving on the audit committee of Novelis, the world's largest producer of rolled aluminum. You can imagine how much time I spend with accountants. So it's a real pleasure to be here today, and a special thank you to Scotiabank for sponsoring this. Now, as I look at the table, I look at the audience, and the question was about immigrants into Canada. And hopefully my friends that are in the room today would say I've been an incredibly strong advocate and supporter and doing whatever I possibly could, for people that were coming from foreign lands immigrating into Canada. My perspective is a little different in that 30 years ago, I made my very first trip to India. And I remember when John McNeil, the chairman of Sun Life, said, Gary, go to India because the Aditya Birla Group want to do a joint venture with you. Well, first of all, I didn't know what a joint venture was, so I had to kind of look that up. And then I flew to India. And you can imagine somebody born and raised in Southern Ontario, a Canadian, primary business experience has been Canada, some international experience, being thrown into a situation in India. It was daunting. And you read all these books that are published about how to do business internationally. And you say to yourself, well, I better start reading books. Well, the reality is I was doing business at the time in China, Indonesia, Chile, Latin America. So I was all over the world. So I was saying, what books do I read? Well, I must admit, my memory went back to my MBA class. And my MBA class, and I had this professor named Ken Bobile. And Ken taught organizational behavior. And the truth of the matter is, we were horrible to Ken because we thought organizational behavior was the soft skill, all right? We were into the accounting, financial management, all the heavy stuff that's really important. Well, I quickly realized within my first couple of trips to India, and by the way, I've been back and forth to India 92 times. My 92nd trip is coming up next Friday. That what I quickly realized was that everything's not written in a textbook. Every time I got in a meeting, the dynamics were different. And I went back to that class with Ken, and he got so frustrated with us one day, he brought in a record player. Now, for the you younger crowd, you don't really know what a record player is. But it's that round thing that goes around and you put a little record on it. And he played a record, and it was Aretha Franklin. And it was Aretha Franklin's song, Respect. Respect yourself. Respect others. And what I realized, that if I would respect and realize that I was in India, I was in Chile, I was in China, not to bring my complete Canadian attitude, but actually to bring and recognize that I'm in India and I want to respect the culture and the business ethics of that country, I was going to go much further. And what I realized was that people around the table responded very positively because you made mistakes, which were inevitable, but there was a mutual respect that was developed. So these many years later, if I could give advice to people that are either coming to Canada or going outside of Canada, is very simple, is respect the environment, understand the environment you're in, learn the environment. But I'll end with this one thing, that what responsibility we have here is that immigrating to Canada is not easy. I've seen that. I've been very privileged to kind of be here my entire life. But coming to Canada is difficult. Degrees aren't recognized. Individuals are looked at a little differently. And the people in this room are the ones that are going to change that by ensuring that the accreditations that are valid accreditations in other countries get recognized better here in Canada. All right? So I just end with that, is that the word that I learned was respect where you are.
Can we have you sing out that R-E-S-P-C-T, Gary? R-E-S-P-C-T. Thank you for that valuable advice. And 92 times. Wow. That is incredible. I wish you all the success with your additional journeys. I've been less than 20 times, but I could live there. I have no problem living in India. I absolutely love the country. Over to you, Helen.
Excellent, thank you. And that was, excuse me, a very interesting story in terms of really having someone impact your personal growth, and giving you components to really think about and reflect upon, to say, what am I missing? What are some of the pieces that I need to see? And I think growth happens, when you are in a classroom, during an MBA, or any other education journey that you're in, but also when you are in a boardroom, or when you're in an interview setting as well, in terms of really thinking about, I need to be present. I really need to be here in this room. And a lot of that really is connecting who you are as an individual, your past, but also where your ambitions are. And so this question is for the panel, and it's a really big question. So take your time and take care in thinking through some of these components. But really the question is, when you are balancing your career ambitions, which can be large, and Gary spoke about the difficulties of being a settler and being an immigrant, and I am one as well, with personal well-being and being good to yourself, being good to your family as well, while you're doing that. What are some strategies, anecdotal stories perhaps, that you may want to share around how you would give advice to individuals that are looking to make that balance between their ambitions, their career ambitions, as well as being good to themselves and their well-being? Anyone?
Nobody's going. I always take the chance. Okay. I have a little different perspective on this, and this is built from being an entrepreneur, and with an entrepreneur there's no 9 to 5. Okay, any entrepreneurs in the room? Okay, there's one entrepreneur. Okay, so somebody, to another hand up there. So there's no 9 to 5. Okay, so I think, and I do work with a lot of companies, and you go to an American company, go to any company in the Midwest or whatever, at 7 a.m., the parking lots are full, right? If you reach at 8 a.m., you're back at the parking lot. Okay, what does that mean? So people do work very hard. So So I think at some point, if you're going to stand out and say, you know what, I am going to do work-life balance, I'm going to do something else, you're going to run into trouble. So I think what I found out is there is a way. I mean, now we're not saying that balance is not required. Balance is essential. But I've come up with a theory which I think, I call it the work-life continuum. Okay, it's a new thing. Maybe one day I'll write a book on this. But the work-life continuum is basically work gets into life and life gets into work, right? So it's a continuum that goes along. So if you have to take time off in the middle of the day and go do something, go do that. But if you need to take, and I'm sure Gary, if you're doing business in India, you will have to take calls at hours of the day that are outside of 9 to 5. So guess what? You say I'm going to shut down my phone at 5. It doesn't work, right? So I think everybody's got to realize that there is a new world out there that everybody will have to fit in some shape or form. So I've developed my own formula, which I call the work-life continuum. My family, we go on vacations. They're okay with me taking, conference calls on the beach, and I'm okay with that. And my people, my work colleagues are okay with me taking that thing as well. So I think there's something, and everybody can look at different models to this, but you've got to make something fit your own life, right? But don't be constrained by the 9 to 5 and you know what, I shut down at this point, and that kind of stuff doesn't work anymore. Okay, doesn't work. I haven't seen it work because it does raise barriers. You're especially if you're an immigrant, you're already fighting so many battles. You don't want to add one more. Oh, that's a guy that shuts off at 5, right? You don't want that on you, right? So it may not be the most popular opinion, but it is. I think if you work on this, you can definitely fit in better, and you'll make it. The family is also going to be happy. Thank you.
When I hear work-life continuum, I think harmony. And what harmony for you is going to be different from me, and that's what makes this beautiful choir, right? But not to get too anecdotal. Thanks for bringing in those pieces, Vijay. And what I'm hearing is prioritizing what works for you, as well as what brings in that income and what your ambition, what you want to do eventually. So what is it that you need to do today for your well-being? A lot of us, where I come from in Trinidad, folks end up working until they're 65. And Dr. Davila will tell you, there are certain stresses that come from that. And then folks don't get to enjoy retirement because suddenly they're not there anymore. So, thinking more deeply about what that means for you, but I'll toss it to Sandra. You wanted to share?
Yeah, thank you so much. I absolutely agree with you. Continuum, harmony, there's all kinds of different words, but it's really, and I found that it was different for me at different stages of my life. When I was single, the harmony and balance was way different. A lot more partying, a lot more going out to bars, versus when I became a mom. That's certainly not the case. And different priorities emerge. And so my balance, my harmony became something entirely different that I had never imagined. Some of the strategies that I use to manage that harmony or balance in my life, especially after I became a mom. Dads as well. I'm not excluding dads, because dads and moms are equally engaged in child rearing and have very successful careers. So one of the strategies is to prioritize your personal life, prioritize your health, prioritize your children, and I book it into my calendar. Right? Just like I would book a meeting into my calendar. And when you book it into your calendar, people know that you blocked off that time and that you have something else that you have prioritized. So going to a child's volleyball game, my daughter played volleyball, and I made sure that I noted that in my calendar as soon as the schedule was out. As soon as the school calendar was out and there were field trips, I put it in my calendar so that I can sign up to be a volunteer, so that I don't hear from my daughter, "Mommy, you never came, and there's other moms coming." I always lived with that guilt that I was a working mom and maybe I haven't been there enough for my child. But you know what? I was vindicated recently when my daughter said, "Mom, I'm so proud of you because you're a working mom and you're a role model." and you prioritized me and never felt like you were not there for me, right? So we live in a global world, and there's different time zones. So like you said, Vijay, set your own time, right? It doesn't have to be 9 to 5. Different people work at different times. Respect those boundaries that others have set, but you have to set your own boundaries, and you have to communicate that, because I don't even remember what I had for breakfast, to be honest. So you have to make sure you let others know what your boundaries are and how you prioritize your time. But that's one of the strategies that I've used in my career.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sandra, for that. I really love the putting things into the calendar that are attached to the personal life, especially being a working mom myself as well. And I think it's exemplary to other team members who may not be. Then they are able to then kind of take a step back and say, "Oh, I see life balance here," because the rhythms are different. Flexibility looks different, and it seems to be a theme here on our panel and in the discussion as well. Sharmila, go ahead.
So I'm just going to build on what I have heard, and as I was thinking about the question, and it is a heavy question, I don't know whether one can have balance or continuum and be as disciplined as you are, because I have tried in terms of the travel schedule, etc. But I'm going to take a different perspective in at least those who are here in leadership positions or who will be in leadership positions. So what I did very deliberately when my boys were young is to make sure that my husband and I discussed that one of us had to have a career that was going to progress, and one was going to have more stability with the boys. And we made that decision jointly, and I was the one who stepped back and basically waited almost 9 years before I could move forward. The reason why I just want to share this example with you is because I mentor and coach a lot of young women who've just had babies, and then they want to come and have a conversation around, I'm now ready for the next stage, and what does that look like? And the conversation that I have with them is get real in terms of your babies are still young, and they're going to miss you, and you're going to miss opportunities. And it isn't like as though you won't have opportunities in the future. So that's just one thing in terms of advice with respect to it will always come to you in terms of where you get to. The second is basically as a leader, it's really important you talk about role modeling, but also making sure that you don't role model and then you're still working 14 or 18-hour days and people are watching you and saying, yeah, but you say work-life balance, but you're not. So what becomes really important is what I say to people is it's outcomes. That's what I'm looking for, especially if you're working in a hybrid kind of situation. It's like, it's not the hours, it's the outcomes. And it's really important to go to your child's sports practices, piano practices, parent-teacher interviews, because that's not important. It's the outcomes. And once people realize that's what's important, I don't really care whether you're not there in the afternoon at 3 o'clock or whatever else. And then personally, when I think about just balance, walking early in the morning, and just it's a source of meditation for me, because I every day think about I need to go to a gym and do this and do that. It's not happening. But walking really makes a difference, even if it's 10 minutes or 20 minutes every morning. It just calms me down, and that helps.
Yeah, I would like to very quick add something that it's, yes, balance, but also about mental health. And it's being kind to yourself. Sometimes we forget about that. And I can personally talk about it. Like, I came here the first time 7 years ago. Scotiabank brought me 7 years ago, and I said, this is where I want to live. This is where I want to be. Now, 2 years ago, I got to come here with my family, my kids. And sometimes you forget that. Like, I think the first step is knowing and celebrating little wins and said, okay, yeah, I made it. I'm here. So where do I go from now? You already did the first thing that was the most difficult.
So, yeah, I think there's been a lot of very valuable advice that's been offered. If I can add a little bit to some of the things that people have said, I don't know if any of you have had a chance to read a book called 4,000 Weeks. It's really worth the read. I've forgotten the name of the author, but effectively, 4,000 weeks is the time each of us is likely to have on this planet. To my mind, I mean, we heard from a number of people here about whether it's balance or harmony or what have you. I think the notion is that our time is limited. It's our most valuable resource. And, you know, it's not always easy, but if you are in that very privileged position where you are able to make some conscious choices, then be aware and make the choices, because it's too easy to just put one foot in front of the other, and then before you know it, the time is just going, and you haven't actually made a conscious choice about what's important to you and where you want to invest your most valuable resource. Certainly, some of it has to go to self, no question. And some of it, of course, we've heard as you grow families, and you know, this is actually your social network, your family network. This is what actually makes life meaningful, right, at the end of the day. So the final point I will say is that I think, you know, given that we're talking about, you know, immigrants and different approaches and strengths of various approaches to life and living, for me, with always a very busy career and 3 children who were born in very quick succession, I was on a schedule. So my sons are 23, 21, and 19. Right? I was very planned, if I can borrow a little bit from Sandra. But for my notion, it was always about, and in my culture, I'm Filipino and also an immigrant to this country. It's always about, you know, it's a village, right? I had an entire family that was part and parcel of raising my children, and that's a strength that I see other cultures bring to Canada, right? It doesn't always work for everybody, but I think that, you know, picking up from Vijay's earlier comment, you know, there are strengths and lessons to be learned from all experiences and all cultures. I think, Gary, you were getting at that too, right? There is a part of respecting other cultures is recognizing where, frankly, they're better at us than certain things. It's not just different. Sometimes it is actually, you know, the balance of, you know, more time is paid. So I notice in the Philippines that there's much more time invested in relationships and in being social with each other and in taking time to be with family members and friends. And from what I can observe, and being very present. Helen, you talked about actually being very in the moment, not always planning. So I would say in general, I find that in Filipino culture, planning for the future, not a strength, but actually really capitalizing on what's happening today and fully being present in whatever moment you're in and truly enjoying that moment, I would say is a strength. So again, there are things that can be learned from different cultures. I think that's a strength that, you know, you'll likely see if you have conversations around the room. And I think that's something that we should be paying attention to, in addition to thinking about how business is done differently and, you know, what strengths come from that.
Dr. Eileen, thank you for sharing. Has anybody tried to calculate how many weeks have gone? How many weeks are coming? What do we want to time block? What do we want to do today? Thank you for bringing all of those insights. Gary, please share. Yes.
I'd just like to make a comment. First of all, I support everything everybody says here regarding work-life balance, and I'm probably from a generation where, quite honestly, that wasn't talked about. But I think it's important that we pay attention to who's in the room. And when I went through corporate life, when I looked at the finance department, the accounting department, in my respect, you were the hardest working group in the company, full stop. You're the ones that have monthly reports that this individual somewhere wants on their desk on the first of the month. There's quarters, if you're public companies, where there is tremendous pressure to get it done, to have it signed off by the auditors, so that pressure doesn't go away. And I used to joke that someone said, well, Gary, why do you work in the finance department? I said, well, it's far too much work. Sales and marketing is a lot more fun. And that was true. But I also, kind of working in my career, and probably for the last 10 years of my career at Sun Life, I worked for a CEO who liked to schedule board meetings out of the country on the holidays that were present in Canada. Now you say to yourself, was that an efficient use of my time? He thought it was a very efficient use of his time, all right? What I'm saying is that could I say, I'm not accompanying you to the board meeting? No, I can't. But during a private conversation we had one time, I said to him, Don, how do you work like this all the time at this level? And he goes, well, you do the same thing. I said, no, I don't. And I got thinking, this is going to be career limiting exactly right now. And he said, what do you mean you don't? And I said, I work like this. I said, when I'm on the road with you, I am full throttle, all right? I get off the airplane and I hide. So my response to the situation was just what worked for me and my family and everything else. What I'm saying is you people in the room here have a profession, a responsibility that is incredible to the corporate need. And as a result, there's always going to be a pressure. So managing that is really going to depend on you and your individual schedules to get that balance. Because I don't think corporate life has changed that much that everybody's going to say, oh, forget it, just leave. That's not the real world.
Deep insights, Gary. Really think about the perspectives and the realities, right? I know that we have a few questions from the audience, but before we do that, we wanted to turn to Vijay. We're hearing a lot about artificial intelligence and AI, and a lot of the times there's a bit of a fear as to, well, what is AI going to do that I'm not now going to be able to do with all of the investment that I've put into my career and what I love? So let's switch up the question a little bit and ask, how can the folks in this room and everyone take advantage of what AI is or what it's going to be to future-proof their careers, if you will?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a big question, and I think it must have crossed a lot of your minds here. So there's two ways of looking at this. One way is a glass half full view and a glass half empty view. The glass half empty view is doomsday. Everything is going to be automated. You guys have to find new careers, that kind of stuff. That's a doomsday scenario, which there's a couple of people that subscribe to that thought. And at some point, I know, I come from the school of thought that only the paranoid survive. Okay, so keep that scenario at the back of your minds. Okay, let that be there to help you, drive you to go to where you want to be. But I'd like you to lead, however, with the view that it is not doomsday, but by embracing AI, you will be able to add more dollars to your revenue. You'll be able to do more. You'll be able to progress in your careers, right? And how will that happen? Number one, as Gary mentioned, accountants. You guys do a lot of work. Okay, end of the month, someplace end of week, every quarter, every year. But what happens in many of those things? It's the same thing. You're doing the same thing every month, every quarter, every year. It's not changing. You're consolidating accounts. You're doing things. You're making sure that you're doing. So guess what? It's low-hanging fruit for automation, right? It's low-hanging fruit. It's all rules-based. It's going to all be done, and it's already getting done. So if you're an accountant, what are you going to do? Hey, let's find out what is the value-added stuff that's being done here. Okay, let's help with automating some of the mundane, repetitive human tasks. How many of you heard about an announcement from the Canadian government last year that they were going to auto-file for the lowest income people? They're going to auto-file taxes, right? All of you heard of that? They're going to auto-file taxes. And if they can do it for the lowest income, guess what? Very soon they'll do it for everybody. And it's happening. It's not just Canada. New Zealand, Portugal, a lot of countries around the world have auto filing of taxes. So if you're in the business of filing taxes, guess what? That's going to get automated. But now, if you are in that business, there is still the auto filing will not. There's a review of the auto filing. You can review the auto filing and find people more money. Now, reviewing of the auto filing is the business. So I think what we will need to do, and everybody in the room here, this is what I do for a living, is just finding out how to get companies to get to more higher priced, more margin, items and make more money. But I think as individuals, you'll have to find out what is it that actually adds value? What is it that you're actually bringing to the table? And I think it's pretty easy. I mean, your fundamentals as chartered accountants, you understand the rules, you understand all of that kind of stuff. And how do you apply it, I think is going to be important. Not actually doing it. The actual physical doing stuff is I think going to go away. It's going to get commoditized. And I think that's my 2 cents to you is stay ahead of it, and it's not just in the glass half full view. It'll help you rise, help you progress, and make more money. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those insights, Vijay. I think a lot of the questions actually coming from the audience were around AI. And I think that in your response right now, you actually answered a couple of the questions around how to bridge those, build the bridge through AI with respect to accounting, with respect to finance, and really looking for those key elements of your accounting journey, whether it's activity-based costing and those types of pieces to really insert that automation component in the generative AI or AI overall. One of the other pieces that was brought up was also some of the components of those soft skills. And let me just go here to the question. I'm gonna be a little bit more agile here, actually, this question is for you, Shamira, with respect to recognizing CA as an equivalent to a master's in terms of the education component. What are some of the challenges for your organization, which, by the way, does remarkable work in providing this bridge? I can continue to use that terminology and that anecdote in recognizing the master's program or CA as a master's program in Canada.
That's a hard question for me because I'm not an evaluator, but may I ask my colleagues from CPA to maybe make a comment? Could you do that, Carmen, just to help out here? So Carmen is from CPA Ontario, and we work pretty closely with you, so any comment you can make. And if I don't have an answer today, I will get it for you. So.
Thank you, Shamila, for bringing me in. Yes, but that's a great question. But I think there's a bit of a distinction here, right? When you talk about programs like undergrad degrees and graduate degrees, they're degrees, whereas a CPA designation or an Indian CA designation is a professional designation. And you're not comparing apples to apples. Mm-hmm. It's a post-grad program, but it's a designation. It's a certification. Like, for instance, when you hold a bachelor's or a master's, you complete the program, and then you're done with, and you're an alumni. But what it means for it to be certified as a professional, you're admitted into membership, and it doesn't end there. You continue your membership. You have to agree with the terms and conditions in terms of continuous professional development, your code of ethical conduct, and you are governed and regulated by that professional body. So just in terms of that background, I hope that gives you that understanding and insight into why you're not comparing apples to apples in terms of equivalency, right? And World Education Services really does evaluate education, and that's more your degrees from outside Canada. How are they equivalent to a Canadian bachelor's or master's degree? Thank you. Thanks, Shamila.
Thanks for helping out, Carmen.
Thank you so much for that, Carmen. And that is a an accurate sort of macro lens as to really comparing apples to apples, but also kind of going back to the point that Sandra made around that cross-border and cross-country evaluation, and really doing your homework and really thinking through some of the pieces to connect some of those dots as well, whether it's on the your role, the industry that you're thinking about, and of course, we're now talking about the designations as well. Going to turn it back to regular scheduled programming in terms of the questions that we have. And Dr. Davila, I wanted to ask you a question just around the role that you've played a tremendous role in getting the city through one of the major challenges that we've all faced globally. What are you seeing now?
It's kind of feedback.
Hold on. Oh, we're back on. What do you see now in terms of public health, health equities, and some of the movement towards having those bridges built?
So, great question. Lots of work happening now in health equity. When I think about our experience through COVID, I think one of my colleagues here was talking about data and how data are collected and what we're able to discern from those data. So just thinking about COVID, when we did our response in Toronto, we actually did collect data, and we were one of the first in the country to collect data on COVID cases, incidents of COVID infection, taking into account socio-demographic information regarding each of the individuals. So we could get a sense as to who was getting COVID in our city and, where transmission was happening. Again, not to stigmatize anyone, but to make sure that resources and services and care and information and communications were actually focused on addressing those inequities. The same thing happened with the vaccine campaign, that, as challenging as it was, and it was very challenging, you'll have to wait for the book, it's coming. As challenging as it was, we really did do our very best to make sure that we were collecting data on where the various interventions, including vaccine, were getting well taken up, and where they may not be as well taken up, understand why that might be happening, and then systematically address those issues. So thinking about, health equity, that's the kind of work that we were doing, and that persists beyond COVID. Where are we seeing specific health challenges? What are the issues now? If I can turn to another subject, I think what's really interesting for us to understand in this time is that when I look at public health and our health human resources, in both public health and in healthcare, having been through what we've been through these last few years, this is not unique to Toronto or Canada, we are seeing lots of people leaving the field. Because it has been a uniquely challenging time. And this is happening at a time when our population is rapidly aging. And we know that, as you get closer to your, 3,000, 3,500, that 4,000 week mark, things do happen, right? Your health does tend to suffer more. You do get into more challenges, health challenges, the longer you are on this planet. So with an aging population and a cadre of healthcare workers who are still recovering very much from the last few years, and many of whom have chosen to leave, this is a challenge that we face in front of us. But if I think about some of the comments that Vijay has made, I think this is also an opportunity, right? We see that there is not the same resourcing that we've had in the past, and our population is different. So how do we use the available resources, and how might we grow some of those resources in order to better meet the need? The final point I will say is that this aging population and challenge of health human resources, including all the corollary supports, there isn't a single healthcare institution or a public health agency that can run without accountants, without finance, right? Finance experts and people who actually keep the systems running. So there will continue to be that kind of demand, but it doesn't exist just here. We see the very same problems in countries all over the world. So I think, you know, where there is challenge, if we're going to go back to the, you know, glass half full or empty, there's also opportunity. So I'll leave that with the audience.
That's right. Where there's challenge, there's opportunity and ways to find that light within. Helen, how much time do we have?
I think
We're sorry,
about
Ritesh?
5 minutes, 10 minutes? 5 minutes.
Okay, about 5 minutes. Perhaps this is the time where we ask each of you amazing individuals here to share perhaps one nugget that you'd like folks to take away, maybe an actionable, something that's probably actionable that they can get together or think about or reflect. I'll turn it over to you and then we'll close just in the interest of time. Shamira?
Sure. You saw my career, and I'm probably, I don't know what number of weeks, I have to go and check. But in terms of, you know, my message to you is that I never actually stayed within my job description. I basically took opportunities of, you know, if there was United Way and the Ontario Public Service or ability to do presentations, going on boards, I always saw that as an opportunity to grow my toolkit. So it wasn't ever the job description, but who I was as a person and what I could contribute and what I could get in return. So that's just a broad message to you.
So before we turn it to Sandra, how many of you have volunteered in the past? Okay, great. And how many are not working right now in a 9 to 5 or 12 to 12 VJ? How many have time in their schedules right now to volunteer? Right, so let's think about how we want to do that, whether it's to be a mentor, a mentee, or perhaps at a local food bank, you know, some way that it'll tie into what matters to you. Sandra?
Yeah, I think my answer is going to echo what you just said. You know, in business, we talk a lot about networking, but to me, it's about relationship development. It's, you know, develop relations with colleagues, industry experts, your family, your peers, soccer moms, soccer dads, children, because that relationship will pay dividends. You learn from people, you give to people, they give back to you, they invest their time for you, you invest your time for them, you become mentors, you pull them through, you identify opportunities, but be genuine, be authentic, give back as much as you take. I think it's a two-way relationship, and whether it's in business or in personal life, that will pay dividends.
And can I challenge those in the room then to build a new relationship today, perhaps? Maybe meet 2 new people that you've never spoken to before. I know you all have ongoing monthly events, but perhaps walk up to somebody and find out a little bit more about them, share something about yourself, connect on LinkedIn, and see what yields and where you're able to give back. Gary?
I'd like to share that I have the privilege of running this program, and I've done it for 10 years now. And we take 10 CEOs of life companies around the world, literally around the world, and we ask them to nominate a mentee, and each of them do that. Then I mix it up. So, of course, the CEO doesn't get their own mentee. This program has been just outstanding, and I can't believe that they're still asking me to run it at RGA. But the point is that this mentoring can be formal and it can be informal. And I'm sure many of us do the informal part. But I would encourage the Institute of Chartered Accountants to look at more of a formal mentoring. I'm sure there's 10 of you here that would like to nominate 10 on a mentor-mentee basis. And in this particular program, each mentee writes a paper that's evaluated. and they get to speak at the International Insurance Conference, which is going to be in Miami in November. So there's a reward to it also. But the real reward is dealing with senior executives and learning from their experience and building that relationship. If I end with this, one of my observations, being retired now, is that many of the people in the organizations where I had great careers do not have a network like I did. And the only reason I'm sitting here today is because I still have that network. And I would encourage the next generation, or all generations, to build their own network. Because I think that's what breeds a great conversation that moves things along in a very dynamic way.
That's fantastic. And networking and it is an incredible skill, and you're able to acquire that in a number of different ways. I mean, first of all, is practice, but secondly is what Urmila mentioned, is really challenge yourself and just say hello and introduce yourself, and see what happens after. There doesn't always have to be a goal, and just especially if you start with just curiosity and just finding out what another person does for a living, or what their kids are into, etc. Vijay, over to you.
Yeah, I think everybody hit upon a lot of my points, so I'll have to think of something new. Okay, so
AI is going to think of it for you.
Absolutely. So I think on both sides, right? It's both volunteering. It's volunteering even as a mentor or as a mentee. Even you got to step up to the plate. Like if you want to ask for help, right? I mean, you can go to any religious book. In the Bible, it says, "Ask and you shall receive." Okay, so you've got to do it. Somebody's got to go and say, "I need the help." Okay, so then people will help. I always say this: the universe comes together to help you, but you got to step up first and say, "I need help." Now, the other part of this is, if you're in an organization, let's say you're in Scotiabank, right, and there is a project going on around AI, volunteer, raise your hand, just get on it, right? Don't ask me when I get paid for this. Guess what? Volunteering is not just the food bank. Volunteer for projects within the organization. So, and one thing I would say this, direction is more important, right? You don't have to get it absolutely right. If I spend 5 hours on this project, what will I get back? No, has to be, am I taking myself in the right direction? And in 4,000 weeks, Dr. Eileen, you really opened my mind up to many things here now. So, but with 4,000 weeks, you got only so many weeks. So get on to whatever you can, and I think that's the part here. It's volunteering, but also that the volunteering that they talked about, the food bank, but also volunteer on projects. Volunteer, help the organization. Guess what? The optics of somebody that's volunteering, bringing your finance smarts to an AI project. Guess what? The next time this is executed, you're going to be on that project. Right? So make yourself, be part of what the strategic direction of the company is, and guess what? It will take you. The momentum will just take you up. You will just go with the tide will pull you through. You don't have to do anything much. Just make sure you're going with the. In Hindi they say no, Behti Ganga. So Behti Ganga mein haath dho lena, sab ho jata hai. Thank you.
Fantastic. Can you translate that for the non-speakers?
So it's like the Ganges, the river Ganga, when the river Ganga flows, right? If you go with the flow, you will go along, right? So you will get pulled through with the flow. You don't really need to do much. So make sure, find out where the flow is. Don't go against the flow, but jump into the water, and the river will take you along.
Thank you for that. That's a very good. It's a very good way, for sure. And I really appreciate that, the challenging of self, and it feels like it's a common theme, and I think in the context of kind of the audience and individuals who are new to the country is also really, kind of going back to what Sandra said at the very beginning, to learn a little bit about the culture. And so there is a huge cricket population here. I'm not going to doubt that. But there are other sports to get involved in as well. And so really seeing where some of those connection points could be and really step outside of that. I'm not saying to turn it off completely, but just add to your bucket, add to your toolkit. Camila, over to you in terms of last few words.
Yes, lots of ideas being shared. I guess, and speaking for myself, it can feel like when you move to a different country that you're building again your brand, you're starting over. And yes, like that can be challenging, but not impossible. And this type of events and the networking piece will be crucial. Like building those relationships, being intentional of where do you want to be, who do you want to meet. I think that will be like one of the main things. And others, don't forget about social media, right? Like social media is there, but also be intentional, but be careful. What are you sharing? What are you posting? Like, where are you? That will be something that also like recruiters are seeing.
Okay, now I know why people didn't want to go last. So I think, just to wrap this up, the final thing I would say is, so I talked to you about a book. So traditionally what I've told people is to read broadly, because you never know where your ideas are going to come from. I think the more you expose yourself to different ideas and to different, realms of human activity, the more you actually have something to build upon, to infuse your skills with and what your experiences are. So to my mind, it's not just about reading, and it could come from anywhere. So Helen, you talked a little bit about cricket. It might come from art. It might come, I think Sandra, you talked about the soccer pitch. It could come from anywhere. So, to my mind, there are lessons to be learned from all the different experiences, and you need to leave yourself a little open for some serendipity and spontaneity. You just don't know where the next thing will come from. It could be, the other day I was actually at a restaurant. I happened to, I was sitting next to somebody there who I didn't know. I can't remember how it was, but we got onto a conversation, and now we're connecting on something completely different. So, right, your networks don't always have to grow within the most formal sorts of settings. And your experiences don't always have to come from formal learning. I think if you leave yourself a little bit open, it gives you the opportunity to have that spontaneity and to think about things in a broader, perhaps innovative way.
Therein is the serendipity that you speak of, right? It's not about sitting perhaps and spending 6 hours honing a resume and applying to jobs, right? It's stepping behind, out from that scenario, behind the screen, and engaging in so many ways. I feel like I've learned a lot. One of the things that we really encourage at our firm, at BIPOC Executive Search, is continuous learning. We offer unconscious bias learning to all our panelists. As you know, we work in the C-suite, I would say, and look to kind of have the reflection of leadership in Canada be what our society is at all levels, not only at certain levels. And so part of that is sharing those insights as much as we working on projects with organizations. There's also learning to be had for them, for us, and for the candidates throughout the process. So I would encourage you to take up, read a new book, perhaps. I was trying to find actionable items that everybody shared. Find a new book. Dr. Eileen, when does your new book come out?
You'll have to wait. Wait for that one.
It's a cliffhanger. But, Helen was talking to me yesterday about signing up for an ESG course. We're talking about how do we engage in AI ourselves. So always opening up our minds, in that regard. I think it's a great group that you all have here with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in terms of these formalized settings. I know you also do picnics and Diwali celebrations. Ritesh, I don't think I can make it to your Diwali celebration, but I would like to wish the Hindu community and those who may not be aware, it's simply a removal of darkness by the infusion of light, and remembering that we're all one consciousness, we're all the same. And so to the members of the Hindu community, I'm also a Hindu, but I believe that there's one source, and we're all here just to be better and to be kind and to see what difference we can make. So Shubh Diwali to everyone. Helen, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I don't think I can say anything else. So thank you all very much. Thank you for our esteemed panel here today and providing some phenomenal insights across a number of different topics that we covered today. We continue to network while we are here in the space. So thank you all.
Shamira mic dropped herself. I just wanted to say mic drop to all of you who are here in the room, and we look forward to continuing to engage with you. Over to you, Akhil.
Thank you. Big thank you to our moderators and panelists for sharing their insights and experiences on this crucial topic that affects each of us as we continue our commitment to our professional paths. I'm sure everybody must have noted a lot of takeaways. I noted a few important ones while I was moving around and doing other stuff. I think important thing is once you move here, it's important to learn the rule of the land and respect the environment you're in. Coming from a country of 1,500 people where cricket is worshipped as a religion to a place where nobody talks about cricket, right? So it's a culture shock, and everybody experiences it. Nobody talks about cricket in the office, and you feel left out. But it's important to learn about things which matter here, ice hockey, other sports which they play. So once you start integrating yourself, people will start accepting you, which is quite important and relevant as well. We just spoke about being like volunteering in projects and be part of the momentum. I think that's really important. That's another way to engage with people here and become a part of them. Work-life integration, most important. It's no more 9 to 5 for anybody here. It's more about a work-life integration. You prioritize by booking time in your calendars and respecting your personal matters relating to attending your kids' games and managing work as well. I think employers also understand that, and they no longer want you to be on the screen all the time. They respect your privacy and your personal aspects. AI, as he mentioned, we are moving to a world where most of the tasks would be mundane and done by AI. So we have to think about value creation services, and we have to think how we can contribute to that. And lastly, most importantly, the 4,000 weeks. So that's the biggest takeaway. We have to remember that time is the most valuable asset, along with other things, but yeah, value time. So thank you so much to all of you for sharing all these insights. Now we have a special moment to acknowledge the contribution of our panelists and moderators. I would like to start with inviting Mr. Richard Golder from Golder and Associates to come forward and present a memento to Helen McKinnon. Mr. Richard. Richard, if you could stay back and also present a memento to the second wonderful moderator, Ms. Urmila. Thank you. Thank you. May I ask Mr. Vikas Sharma to please come forward and present a memento to Shamira Madani, please. Applause, please continue. May I invite Madi Patla Himadar and Hemang Thanawala from ICICI Bank to present a memento to Dr. Eileen Diwella. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite our president, Mr. Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, to please come forward and present a memento to Sandra Roberts. Thank you, sir, for sharing all the insights in the morning, especially the mother and the father story. It stays with all of us. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Sanjay Makkar to present a memento to Camilla Calmet. May I invite our past chair, Vivek Kapoor, to come up and present a memento to Gary Comerford, please. And lastly, I would like to invite Cameron Field on the stage to present a memento to our AI champ, Vijay Thomas, please. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, everyone, for making this panel discussion and this event a huge success. Before we conclude, I would like to request all the moderators and panelists to join us for a group photographs. We'll have two pictures, one with just the panelist and moderator, and then one with the board joining. They will stand below the stage. Thank you. Yeah, if you can join. And may I request all the board members to please join for the second photograph below the stage. So this concludes our panel discussion and the second session of the morning. Now I'll hand over things to my fellow director, Tanmay Kelkar, who will lead the Memento presentation for our general sponsors. Over to you, Tanmay.
Thank you, Akhil. Can I now call upon the chairman of the Toronto chapter, Mr. Ritesh Desai, to present the mementos, please. To begin with, can I request Mr. Arvind Kamath to accept the memento on behalf of Scotia Bank as our title sponsor? Thank you, Arvind. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank Tally for being our corporate sponsor for 2024-25. Although they were unable to make it in person, on behalf of the chapter, we would like to thank them for their continued support. I want to now thank CPA Ontario for being our platinum sponsor. Can I ask Ms. Vicky Liederman and Ms. Carmen Jacques to accept the memento on behalf of CPA Ontario, please? Round of applause, please, for CPA Ontario. Thank you. I know you have not had lunch yet, but I think the breakfast can still carry on, right? Thank you, Carmen. Thanks, Vicky. Thanks, Carmen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to say thank you to PASS for being our platinum sponsors for 2024-25. They couldn't be here today to accept this award in person, but I want to thank Mr. Michael Levy and Mr. Ira Wolfish for their continued support to the chapter. Thank you so much. Next, I would now like to thank SBI Canada Bank for being our gold sponsors for 2024-25 and invite Mr. Manish Mishra to accept the memento on behalf of SBI Canada Bank. Thank you, Manish. Sorry, I don't like to remind, but thank you. Thank you. Moving on, I would like to thank Mr. Amit Goyal, CFO of SBI Canada Bank, for his support to the chapter, and I want to invite him on the stage to accept the memento. Oh, thank you. Thank you to the audience as well. Thank you. Going on, I would like to thank Insure You for being our gold sponsors for 2024-25. May I invite Mr. Sanjay Makkar to accept the memento on behalf of Insure You. Thank you, Sanjay. Our next gold sponsors for 2024, ICICI Bank. Thank you for your support to the chapter. I want to call CA Vikash Sharma, CEO of ICICI Bank, to accept the memento on behalf of the bank. Thank you, CA. I also want to invite Mr. JP Singh from ICICI Bank for his to thank him for his continued support to the chapter. Mr. JP Singh. Thank you, JP. Next, I want to acknowledge Mr. Sameer Sharma from Crown Group of Hotels, who were our silver sponsors for 2024. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it out today, but thank you, Sameer, for your support. You know, clapping actually, when you clap, you expend more calories than when you run for the same time. Do you know that? It is a scientifically proven fact, and Dr. Eileen would, would endorse me on that. So please, if you want to, stay fit, please clap. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Richard Golder from Golder & Associates and request Ritesh to present him with the memento for being our sponsors for 2024. Richard? You stepped out. Okay. Next, I now invite Mr. Tariq Anwar and Ms. Solen from Turkish Airlines to present them with the memento for being our sponsors for 2024. Mr. Anwar? Ms. Solen? No? Okay. Next, I invite Mr. Nitin Chopra from Prime Asia TV, Canada, to accept the memento for being our media sponsors for 2024. Thank you, Mr. Chopra. Thank you, Ritesh. This concludes our memento presentations. Let us now move on to the next session of our program, Management Lessons from the Battlefield. Let me briefly introduce our speaker, Major General Retired. Oh, Richard is okay. Mr. Richard Golder, please. Richard. No one is in calorie burning mode? Thank you, Richard. Okay, so as I was saying, we are moving on to our next session of the program, Management Lessons from the Battlefield. Let me briefly introduce our speaker, Major General Retired David Fraser. Can you please play the introduction?
David Fraser, retired Major General and President of Aegis 6 Corporation, Toronto. Holding numerous honors including the Commander of Military Merit, Meritorious Service Cross, Vimy Award for Leadership Contributions, the Atlantic Council Award, and awards from allied nations, David holds advanced degrees from Canadian and US military institutions. His 30-year military career began after graduating from Carleton University in 1980. Among other roles, David commanded NATO forces in southern Afghanistan in 2006. He founded Aegis in 2016 for capacity building projects. Currently, he works with BMO's Canadian Defence Community Banking Program. A former Defence Procurement Panel member, David now sits on corporate boards like OpenText. He is CTV's military analyst and has co-authored the bestseller Operation Medusa. David Fraser.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's absolutely great to be with you here today. Being an old general, I just got to make sure that I put myself on a timer. Otherwise, I could be up here forever. You know you're old when your biography and when they're reading it out. The only person that really is interested is your mother. But anyway, it's I stand in front of you here today more as a hybrid leader. I will only ever be known as that major general, that guy who went off to a desert and did some stuff with NATO. But I am actually standing in front of you with a tremendous amount of trepidation, I might say, because you're all accountants or mostly in the financial sector and whatnot. And for an old operator, an infantier, when I got into the private sector, I can remember my business partner say, "Dave, I got good news and bad news. Good news is we've now raised enough money. We're running a business. We need accountants. Bad news is I'm going to show you and introduce you to accountants." And I was running a food company at the time, Blue Goose, where we had about 1 million acres under ownership and management, tens of thousands of cattle, bales of hay, and the accountants came out and they wanted to count everything. So that was a rather difficult thing. But the other thing I want to just mention is I stand in front of you as a hybrid leader because I've actually had two privileges of leading in two different paradigms, the military, the public sector, and now in the private sector. So I want you to start thinking like a general, but executing like an entrepreneur. And that covers two different spectrums. And, I want to talk to you about that. And I say that today now as a banker with a great organization called BMO. I am thrilled to be working there with a bunch of great men and women, have been for the last 7 years, and will continue to do it. And what I want to share with you right now is just some lessons learned from the battlefield all the way through to and including the boardroom. Next slide, please. Being in the military, we have to start off with the aim and the scope, bottom line up front. And the bottom line up front is we are in a battle for people. This is all about people. And the people that we are looking for, that I'm looking for, are smart, hungry, and humble. And those three things are perhaps the most important things, and we can get into all of that, and I'm going to talk about that as we go through some of the lessons learned that I've had over the last almost 40 years now of leading people. Next slide. Because it's all about people. People, and it doesn't matter if you're in the military, if you're in the public sector, you're in the private sector, it is about people and it is about us. And one of the things I have to say by listening to some of the previous comments and whatnot is the work-life balance. In the military, it's mission versus people. And the answer to that question, that conundrum, every day is it depends. You make that decision every day of your life, but some days the mission, the business work takes priority, but other days your people take priority, and that includes your families. You have to find a balance, and the comments that I heard before are very apt, and it is something that you have to figure out for yourself. And we're going to talk about that because this is a conversation about us, about people, and the one thing that's missing in this room, and I'm going to talk about it later, we're missing certain colleagues here. They're called machines now. You cannot uninvent technology. AI is here, and now we are not only talking about people, we're also talking about the machines that actually provide services for our customers. So today we're now talking about the hybrid, the hyper supra-human, which I'll talk more about my book I wrote about AI. Next slide. Even better. I can do it myself. All right. I'm going to talk to you about from a point of view as a leader, not as a manager, but as a leader, because it's all about leadership. People. What does the leadership mean? Quite frankly, and this is probably the best description I've had, is about inspiring people to get done what you want them to do when they don't want to do it. All right. And it is all about that. And to be a leader, you've got to be everything that's said here in this slide. And each and every one of us is a leader. And it doesn't matter what position you have in the organization, whether you're the CEO or at the very bottom where you might be running a machine shop or something like that. Each and every one of us is a leader in our own rights. And how do we inspire others to get to do other things that we want them to do when they don't want to do it? And sometimes you got to be nice, and sometimes you got to be mean, sometimes you got to be crafty, sometimes you got to be straight, but you got to be all of this to be a leader. And this is something that is hard because leadership will get you people. Leadership will help you build teams. Leadership will ensure that you achieve the output that you're looking for, whether or not that's a product, a service, or whatever it is. But you can't do it by yourself. An army without a general is nothing. It's a mob. And a general without soldiers is nothing. It's just a person. We need to work as a team of teens, as Dan McChrystal has once told me, who I work for, a great guy. But leadership is what it's all about. And that means that you as a leader are a conductor. And I love this picture because it embodies what a leader is about, because leadership is about getting everybody in that symphony to hit the notes on time, get the crescendos, get the diminuendos, everything. But you are a part of that team of teams, and that's really important. And what are leaders paid to do? They're not paid to do things in the routine. Leadership is about when you hit a crisis. You're paid the big bucks when you actually have to do something and when things don't go right. And for me, you know, my biggest crisis in my career was this thing called Operation Medusa. And it was a big battle. The details don't matter. But the one thing I will tell you is everything that you plan and try, it never executes the way you want. The dynamics are the dynamics. You have to fight the markets, what the markets are giving you, not what you want the markets to do, what you think they want to do. So the question is, who is responding to whom? This is a really important thing. Write this down. This is the secret of life. If you are responding to your markets, responding to your competition, you're losing. If your markets and your competition is responding to you, you're winning. Go faster. Do more. So this is what it's all about. And the more that you put into thinking, planning, rehearsing, the better you will be when you start executing and it goes all to hell in a handbasket because it never executes the way you want it to do. Who predicted COVID? None of us. Who predicted the impacts of COVID once we saw it? None of us. What are we doing today where we are now talking about this wouldn't have happened 3 years ago, but look at where we are today, and you're probably doing about 5 things at the same time because you're still on your phone and doing, you know, virtual meetings and stuff like this, and you're going to be running from pillar to pillar. That's reality. So how much have you put into planning and making sure that you can do all of that? And that's what leaders are paid for. They're paid for making hard decisions when there's a crisis. French taught me that, and he said, you know, the one thing that the French generals are taught to do is they're paid to make decisions. Everything else is designed for the staff to support them. If they're not making decisions, they're not doing their job, and the staff's not supporting them. So leadership is about doing and getting people to do what you want, building teams, and at the same time, are you there when there's a crisis? Because that's when your team's going to need you the most. And there's no difference when I moved into the private sector. You know, moving into the private sector, leadership became actually a harder thing. Because when I went back to the business school, and I'm an Ivy business grad, you know, I went back and I did accounting. You would have loved this because I spent weekends with accountants. Because, you know, in the public sector, we didn't do accounting like you do. And so they started talking about ROE, and I got really excited for a second there. Because in my world, ROE means rules of engagement. Who are we going to kill? And then all the accountants looked at me, oh, you poor sod, you poor sod. And it was a bunch of people from Scotia Bank, as a matter of fact, and went, you know, return on equity, stupid, you know, and we'll explain it to you. But, you know, but these are the important things is that in the private sector, there are different drivers and things that happen that drives a business versus what happens in a public sector. You've got to know the landscape. You've got to be an understanding of the culture and the organizational culture and what's driving it. So the first company that I had, the second company I had in the private sector was a manufacturing company. And, you know, they didn't do what I wanted them to do because I had to get buy-in. I didn't have the National Defense Act that compelled people to do things. I had to, based on my leadership, based on my example, based on communicating, to get the buy-in, to get them to do what I wanted them to do and to build those vehicles that are being used around the world to protect and save people. It's all about people. It's about communicating with people and getting them on board. And you're paid to do that when, in fact, when you have a supply problem or something just doesn't work out. And the other thing I would say is the best leaders in the world are human geographers. They understand people. They understand cultures. They understand difference. They understand diversity. Diversity, DE&I, ESG, those aren't just buzzwords to Dave Fraser. In fact, the Americans actually embed it in their educational system, and they embed it in the way that they do business. They have an organization that is so big, they ensure that there's a diversity of thought around the table. So not everybody's patting each other on the back and actually leading themselves down a road because they didn't have enough due diligence and enough challenge around that table in a way of thought. The same thing with culture, the same thing with all the things that we talk about. It is about the differences of opinions and the way things that people look at. And when you work together with that difference, you actually are stronger as a team. This is not a throwaway. This is something that is important. And so what I try to do in my own organizations is have that diversity. If I see all white guys around the table, I get worried, okay? Smart and lazy. Okay, that's just the takeaway. But when I see a lot of diversity there, and I also, any lawyers in the room? I always had a lawyer on my team. Because the one thing about lawyers are, you're actually taught to read everything that you're given. You're the only person in the organization that will read everything. It used to drive my staff nuts because my lawyer would first of all look, and he was my risk officer. He would tell me the risk that I was facing based on my decisions, and he read it all. Whereas my staff would probably read most of it. And I'll give you another trick. If I didn't read something and I wanted to know what was going on, I would just write it and send it out to my lawyer, and I said, fascinating. And that would normally get him to read that to answer the question, why is it fascinating? And he would tell me, and that's how I figured out what was going on in that document. But don't tell my lawyers any of that, because that's a secret. Okay, but it's all about people and understanding your people. Do you understand your people? Do you understand their work-life balance, as was said up here earlier? These are important things, and so that, you know, when they've got something that's going on at home, go take care of them. They should be your number one priority is your people, and then if you take care of them, they will take care of you. But if you don't know your people, you're not going to be successful. I don't care how good you are, you will not be successful. And courage. And this is what I say, moral courage is actually more important today than the physical courage. This is not about a soldier running and jumping after the Taliban or the ISIS or something like this. This is about the moral courage of standing up and telling your boss or your people what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. I used to bring people on my team to say, I don't like ass lickers. I want people who can tell me what I need to hear. But the other thing, too, is don't tell me that I am dumb and, you know, you're smarter than the boss or whatnot. You've got to be able to explain that and explain it in a way that the boss, you can get into a dialogue. But you have to have the moral courage to go back. If you don't understand something, ask. So here are the 3 golden rules in life. Obama nails this on the internet when he says, if you want to get noticed or whatnot, one thing, do your job. Do your job and nail it. Knock it out of the park. All right, number 2, and this is where the courage is. Support your boss. Make sure you understand what your boss wants. If you don't understand what your boss wants, go back and talk to your boss and make sure you understand what they want and you can do it. Number 3, and this is even more about moral courage. Understand what your boss's boss wants, because that is organizational alignment. If you are aligned and you're doing your work, everything's good. But if you're doing something that your boss has told you, but it's not what your boss's boss wants, you're going to have to go back to your boss and say, I don't understand it because we're not aligned here. what's going on in the organization. You've got to be aware of that situation, because then you're not going to waste your time or waste your boss's time, but you've got to be aware of what's going on around you. So that is the moral courage that I look for people. That goes back, are they smart? Are they hungry? And are they humble enough that it's not about me, myself, and I, it's about us? And are they willing to come back to me and ask me the hard questions and get into something? This is important. And the other thing about leadership and about something that we probably don't do enough of is communications. We talk about normal communications every day and whatnot, but you got to, in a crisis, you've got to over-communicate. How many people, is there anyone here from Air Canada? I don't want to pick on Air Canada, but you know when something happens on Air Canada, like I was coming back on the train last night, and we were late like an hour, and nobody told us what was going on. It drives me nuts. When something bad's happening, just tell me what the hell is going on. I was on this British Airways flight, and I love the Brits. I married one. So we were taking off on the 777. We're going down, the runway in Pearson. Next thing you know, the brakes come on. We stop. We get off the end of the runway. We didn't take off. And the pilot gets on. And he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the pilot. You probably noticed we didn't take off." Well, let me explain to you. On the 777, there's everything's done electronically, whatnot. Well, halfway down the runway, it popped out of gear, and we got a warning light, so I had to hit the brakes and, put it in reverse. So we're going to reset this thing, and we're going to try it again. So we go out there for the second time, get halfway down the runway, and again, we didn't take off. So we get off the runway, and the pilot comes on, and this guy's good. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are now all experts in the takeoff procedures of the 777, so you understand what happened. It didn't take off." Well, in this particular case, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back and talk to a technician and make sure the third time's a successful time. That's communications. And that's making light of a very serious situation. That person was a leader. That person took all our concerns, assuaged them all, and I'll fly British Airways any day. I just wish Air Canada and VIA would understand that once in a while, too. Okay, so communications is important, critically important. The other thing I want to talk about, which we talk about a lot, but we don't really say, is called trust. Trust. We always say, you got to earn trust, you got to build trust and whatnot. But my question back to you is, where does trust start? Where does trust start? I'll tell you where trust starts. It starts with you. So that's me jumping out of the Pyrenees at 4,000 meters. That's a highway up, okay? And that's me with the French army. What I did when I walked onto that airplane, I didn't know who that French soldier was at all, but I said, "I trust you. I will give you my trust explicitly and implicitly, and you have to unearn my trust." And now who wants to disappoint the boss when you've given them the trust? And they, in turn, will build, you will get their trust when they're doing things, but you've given them yours right away. I didn't know who this guy was. But what I did know about him, because I understood and knew people, I knew the French army were very professional. Their French school was one of the best parachute schools in the world. This guy was a seasoned expert. He'd been doing this job for like 15, 20 years. Like, I knew that this guy knew his business. So when he hooked me up those 4 points of contact, and I got closer to him than I did with my wife at times, and we left that airplane at 4,000 meters. The last thing he said to me was, "Breathe." And as I stepped out the plane, not knowing what that meant, the second I got outside the plane, I couldn't breathe for about 10 seconds. Because when you're falling from 4,000 meters, A, it's really cold. And B, there's so much wind going there, it takes a long time for you to get your breath back. And when you get your breath back, but that's all about trust. Do you trust your people? Do you allow them to get on and do their job and tell them what to do, not how to do it? These are easy things to say, really hard to do. And one of the greatest things I did in an organization of 20,000 people in Afghanistan was have to trust my people to get stuff done when they had to make life and death situations. But it's all about trust, and that's the best way you're going to find out about your people and find out about yourself. Because this is all about a team. And everybody in that team actually becomes a family member. Now, this is my family in Afghanistan. I lived with these guys, and there were gals over there. I lived with them for over a year. That was my home out there, and it was a machine that was built by General Dynamics Land Systems in London, Ontario. Great organization. I went back there and I said to all the engineers there, thank you. You saved lives. You saved my life because, you know, we've been attacked in that vehicle. And every one of my family over there, we all gave ourselves nicknames, are alive today because of what you did for us. All right? It's about the team of teams approach, and it's about your team. It's not about you. It's about us. It's always about us and getting us to do, because everybody there had their own job. Brownie on the left was my communicator. The next guy was, you know, Mother. Mother, quite frankly, was my mother. He took care of me. Next guy was Mooner. Mooner was actually the driver. He could take that 13-ton vehicle and put it through a doorway here at 80 miles an hour. Next guy was Bomber, my sergeant major, and myself, and then Jeb was my gunner. We all had jobs to do. My job was to think. Their job was to run the vehicles and make sure we got from point A to point B alive. The other thing I want to finish, start wrapping up here, is the following. This is something we don't teach in the private sector. And this is something that we need to understand. Followership. Leaders are good followers. The best leaders are even better followers. Everyone thinks as a general, as a CEO, you just stand up at the top, you give orders. Now, I got to tell you, I spent more time receiving instructions and guidance and orders from my secretary, from my administrative assistant, from my driver, from my bodyguard, from, my entire team would tell me what was going on in their specific world and how I needed to adjust to make sure that the whole organization was working. It's about followership. And not just about the blindly obedience of lawful orders or orders themselves. It's about the application of judgment too. And the way you apply judgment is you got to be able to listen effectively, as hard as it might be. And secondly is follow the guidance and direction that people are telling you. Story. I'm down there in the running something called the Disaster Assistance Response Team. It's a bunch of great men and women who actually are ready any moment of the day to jump on the back of an airplane, go anywhere in the world, and provide humanitarian support to people in need. One of Canada's great capabilities. I'm walking down in Trenton where they're all bundled up and ready to go at any moment's notice, and I see this young corporal there, and as I'm walking through the hangars down there, this young corporal just wants to say something. And I'm standing beside his sergeant. So I looked at the sergeant and said, why don't you go grab us a cup of coffee? And the sergeant, who was a good leader, he knew why. So the sergeant walks away. Now I've got this young corporal's hand there in front of me and said, what's on your mind? There's something there that's bothering you. What are you telling? He said, well, I said, just tell me. He said, well, we got all this stuff we can put in the back of an airplane. Well, they got these better generators that are smaller, they got more capacity, and we could actually put twice the amount of stuff on the back of an airplane and put twice as many capability that we can actually do more as a country. I went, you figure that out yourself? And he said, yes, sir. And I said, awesome. You're going to come down to Kingston to my headquarters. I'm going to put you in a room just like this. The corporal's going to be standing up here, and I looked at all my planners, and you were all my planners, and about the same size. And I said, listen to this kid. He gets it. He knows exactly what we have to do. You write out the plan based on what he says. I'll write the check. All right? Now, that poor kid was standing up. He was nervous. He was just like a sower's leg, but you understand it. That's followership, and that's where everybody in the organization, he was a great leader because he figured out how to make us better. And this is something that we all have to strive in each of our organizations. And what are those aspects and characteristics of followership that makes you a better leader and instills your team even more pride and more desire in how to get them doing? Do this. If you even work on any of the stuff we're talking about here today, your attrition rate will go down. And your recruiting rate will go up because people are going to come to you and want to go to you because you will have the word of mouth will get out everywhere where people want to join your organization because they've heard about you. And here's the other thing. When you show up in an organization, a good organization, they already know who you are. They've done, we're all on LinkedIn. We're all on social profiles. Everybody knows everything. Like me, I'm the CTV military commentator. I go on airplanes and people are going, I know you from somewhere. And I said, you don't watch very good TV. Change the channel. But everybody knows you. So don't try to, pretend. Just be who you are, and just, instill some enthusiasm and listen to what they have to say. So here's the so what. Let me just wrap this up and maybe open up to any questions you might have here. 3 golden rules. You're looking for smart, hungry, and humble people. Just ask them to do their job. Get them to do their job. If they don't know what their job is, tell them what their job is, and make sure the duties and responsibilities are clearly laid out for them. And just make sure that they're supporting the boss, or you're supporting your boss, and that you know what the organizational alignment. And fundamentally, every day, just ask yourself the question, who's responding to whom? If we, BMO, are responding to the other FIs in that might be in this town, if we're responding to them, we're not doing enough. We've got to double down and do that, because we're in a battle. And every day I look at what I do, and it's just not about the numbers and about year-over-year growth and balances and share of wallets and whatnot. It's about are we listening to our customers? Are we giving them what they're looking for? And are we giving them the service? Because it's about a relationship. It's not about a transaction. But are we responding, or are we leading? And it's always about leading. So, ladies and gentlemen, there we are. I'm going to end up on one little thing here. I've written another book, and it's called Leadership in the Digital Age. It's Leadership in AI. In short, any programmers in this room? All right. Today, everyone's worried about AI. You can't uninvent it. But quite frankly, you've got to be able to lead machines. How do you lead machines? Through a programmer. You got to get a programmer in there to make sure that all the things in the program that we talk to our people about, including the ethical training and all the, the stuff we do every year, I got to look at you to make sure you can write that in a 1 and a 0. And make sure every year that program is updated so it's as current as I am. And one of the things I talk about, even inside of BMO with our diversity head and whatnot, are our programs as diverse as we are? And, are they white male-based when they were written years ago? So these are questions that we have to ask ourselves. So this is about, the anticipant, and about, again, are you reacting or are you leading? So the one thing I will say is what has changed because of AI, and it's not new, it's been around a long time, but there is a tectonic shift. Where the internet changed everything, AI will change everything again. That's a fact. And so the question is, are you going to lead that, or are you going to respond to that? Because time, speed, scale, and domain have all changed, and this is not going back. Machines can do it better, faster, with less mistakes than the human being. And so where in 1990s, I had days and weeks to make decisions. In Afghanistan, I had 3 minutes to make a decision. Today, you have a nanosecond to make a decision. None of us can work in nanoseconds, all right? The reality is, but machines can, and they've got to be able to do that. Now, I've got 2 boys, okay? I don't know who's got kids here, but I look at AI where my boys were 2 years old, and that's about how AI is, metaphorically speaking, how old it is. They needed maximum dad supervision, okay? I heard about a mom earlier today. They needed dad supervision. My kids now are 35 and 37. They still need dad supervision, okay? Because when they call me, it's one of 2 things. It's going to be really bad, and how much money do I owe you? Or what are you doing? And I'm going to have to counsel you on, one of them owns a business, the other one's a respiratory therapist, which even I didn't understand what that was. But they still need dad. AI is always going to need us, a leader. They need people. So let us control it. Get in there. Any CIOs here? Okay, most of you could be CFOs. When I look at CEOs, CFOs, you're doing change management, et cetera, the CIO has got to be part of that conversation now. Why? Because of AI. And because this is the big takeaway about AI. It's still about leading people, but now you got to bring more people in to actually start managing and leading those machines. And it's going to be the scale and the time compression that's going to drive all of us. So you have to become an anticipant and not a reactionary participant. If you are participating from a business point of view, you're going to lose. Now, the bad news is about the ethics and whatnot, I get that. There are bad characters out there in the world today that will actually use the AI for bad things. But we have to use AI for good things. Now, the other thing I will say about AI, everyone's running after AI, and everyone's going to say there are AI experts out there. I work on OpenText as a director. I got hundreds of engineers who are a lot smarter than AI, and they're still trying to figure it out. AI is like a squirrel. It's like my dog that chases squirrels, all right? It's not about the AI tool. It's about the data that you put into the AI. The AI tool is a machine. If you put regular gas into that machine, it goes 50 miles an hour. If you put a premium gas in there, it'll go 80 miles an hour. How much money are you prepared to put in your pocket and pull out to pay for the data that you're going to use for that AI tool? It's about data. And how do you harness your data now in your organizations to do and allow machines to do things better, and then allow you to do something, which is this. You are still smarter and more creative than a machine. In all the evolutionary periods of history, the agrarian revolution, the industrial revolution, we have been going from less dangerous things to using more of our creativity as the human beings. And so AI is just moving us into that domain in a faster way than we've ever done before. So the question is, what are you going to allow machines to do that allows you to take your people, your greatest asset, and get them to do more creative things so that you can achieve what it is you want to achieve in whatever business you want? That is AI in a nutshell. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm going to stop right here and answer any questions, and I got exactly 3 minutes. Thank you. Enjoy. What's next?
Well, thank you, David, for that great perspective on the management lessons that we can take from the battlefield. You scared me with the son bit there. My son, I don't want to be on his fast dial till he's 35. No, I don't want that. So, okay. Can I call Ms. Pam Pitts to say a few words about what we heard today and present a memento to David as a thank you. Pam?
Now, just take a minute. You know, I always talk about passion. He doesn't have any. He's a very passionate person. And I first met him maybe only 3 or 4 months ago. And like you said, I thought I knew you. I saw you, I guess, on CTV. Anyways, he talked to our little board, and he was really amazing with his stories. And I think I said at that time it was an endless amount of stories. He's been to places, done things that most of us would never even dream of, dangerous things, I might add, as well as some fun things. And I thought, wow, I could listen to this gentleman forever. And unfortunately today he didn't get to tell as many stories as he did back then, but he's a pretty amazing person. And I think the most amazing message that he gave us is that whether you're in the military sector, whether you're in public or private, that the leadership lessons, they're interchangeable. And I thank you very much for that. So it's nice seeing you again, David.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, David. I call upon my fellow director, Mr. Ankit Verma, to take care of the next session of the proceedings. Ankit. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanmay. I must say the last session was very energetic. The speed was like stealth mode. So thank you so much, and I appreciate you doing it in a quick time span. Next, we turn to our upcoming discussion that focuses on the pressing issue at the forefront of discussions today, that is ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And our next speaker is Mr. Michael Torrance. He is an expert on this matter. I request Mr. Michael Torrance to please come on stage. Please welcome our speaker on stage. Can we please play the AV for Mr. Michael Torrance?
Michael Torrance, VP, BMO Financial Group. As the Chief Sustainability Officer at BMO Financial Group, Michael leads sustainability strategy and has founded and oversees the BMO Climate Institute, which seeks to bridge the complexities of climate science and policy with business, strategy, and economics. He leads sustainability-related disclosure, ESG-focused investor relations, environmental and social risk management, operational sustainability, and climate and sustainable finance initiatives. Prior to joining BMO, Michael was a partner at a major international law firm where he founded the firm's environmental and social risk advisory practice. He has served on the steering committees of Principles for Responsible Banking, Equator Principles Association, and Cross-Sector Biodiversity Initiative. As the founder and host of BMO Sustainability Leaders podcast, Michael is a published author on sustainability topics and is regularly quoted in media. Michael Torrance.
We also have with us our co-speaker, Ms. Sarah Mitchell, who is an expert on this subject as well. I request Ms. Sarah Mitchell to please come on stage. Please welcome our speaker. And can we please have the AV played?
Sarah Mitchell, MD, BMO Financial Group. A fellow chartered accountant of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, England and Wales, Sarah is currently Managing Director, Sustainability Controller and Investor Reporting at BMO. Her responsibilities as Sustainability Controller are focused on building an internal controls framework for sustainability reporting and supporting adoption of new reporting requirements, leveraging her finance experience and external audit background. She worked at PwC for over 12 years prior to joining BMO in 2017 as a Director in Accounting Policy before moving to the Bank of the West Integration Office. Sarah is on the National Board for BMO Alliance for Women and is an active member of their mentoring program, offering coaching and guidance to women across the bank. She also volunteers in her spare time at Ronald McDonald House, supporting families with children undergoing treatment at Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. Sarah Mitchell.
Michael and Sarah, thank you for accepting the invite to come and speak on this important topic. I'm sure the audience is looking forward to hearing the insights from you. To get started, I have a few of my questions, and we'll get towards the end of it. If people have additional questions, we'll add to that. So breaking it from a simplistic standpoint and taking it to a complex, to the more complex questions, starting with the simple ones for the accountants. Michael, can you explain in simple terms what ESG means for organizations in this day and age, and how has this evolved over time?
Well, thank you, Ankit, and thank you for the association for having us speak on this important topic. And you all as accountants are becoming such important players in this world of sustainability, which can, I think, be a little bit cryptic for business people. But maybe to just directly answer your question is first of all, sustainability is a business problem. It's a business challenge, and it's an opportunity. The way I like to explain it is, in the 60s and 70s, the theory of the corporation was really focused on the financialization of the corporation. And so the key metric of success or failure was really focused on financial questions, profitability, returns. That's still true. But I think the evolution is the recognition that companies operate in a very complex environment of social expectation, and the ability of companies to navigate social expectations successfully is actually a prime determinant of success. And there's a organization that no longer exists now. It's merged into an organization called the International Sustainable Standards Board, which is part of IFRS. But a component organization is called SASB, the Sustainable Accounting Standards Board, which was a US organization that did a lot of research to try to, I think, make the case for the importance of sustainability for business. And one of the facts that they've pointed to, or the analyses they've pointed to, is that 30 or 40 years ago, the value of companies was primarily based on tangible things, like their assets and their revenues. Now, and for the last 20 or so years, 70 or 80% of the value of corporation is based on intangibles like your reputation, your brands. So again, the ability to navigate this complex environment in which businesses operate is actually a prime determinant of long-term value. So if you think about it that way, then how you manage both your impacts on the environment and on society, which can have an effect on you in terms of your value as a company over time, that's what, to me, sustainability is about. And then what's happened over this last few decades is the standardization of what good practice looks like. So the emergence of basically corporate governance standards, which are identifiable. So sometimes people mistake sustainability with a value. So while I think this is good, you think this is good, so therefore there's no answer. But actually, over time, there's been a codification of standards that have become incorporated into corporate governance that really define what a well-managed company looks like from an ESG or sustainability perspective. And most recently, in the last few years, accounting standards have actually been at the forefront of that standardization process. I mentioned the International Sustainability Standards Board, but there's even regulatory frameworks that are really based largely on disclosure practices, quantification. How do you measure impact? How do you understand a company's impact on the environment, on nature? There's a whole world of accounting process that is now fueling the ability of the market to value the ability of a company to be sustainable. And so that's really the cutting edge of this field. And my colleague Sarah Mitchell is an example of someone who has a role now within a major financial institution as a controller, as an accountant, to help integrate more things that we used to do voluntarily in terms of reporting and impact management, to embed it within the context of a financial reporting, oversight, governance, and control environment. And so hopefully that's a clear enough way to start, but happy to unpack that as we go through our discussion.
Sure, that's very thoughtful and insightful, the topics you talked about. Sarah, would you like to add to how it is important for the profession in terms of?
I mean, to build on what Michael said, it's important for business, and investors are demanding more transparent, decision-useful information around sustainability practices. And as accountants, we can help partner with our sustainability experts to help bring that to life, to help the evolution of the journey of disclosures. But also, for those of us who work, say, in the CFO world, you help to marry the strategic with the financial, and so ensuring sustainable business practices, our strategy around sustainability is embedded within our financial planning and analysis. And then you also have a role to play, as Michael touched on, like from a technical accounting perspective. It's no coincidence that the ISSB sits under, as Michael mentioned, the IASB umbrella. And when you read through the standards that have been written by the ISSB so far, it takes concepts and terms which, as technical accountants, we understand under IFRS. And so again, it's that partnership that we can have with our sustainability experts to help them interpret and continue to evolve and improve our disclosures, transparency, controls, processes. And obviously, for those of you who work in public accounting and in consulting firms, it's important, because it's important for us, it's important for you to be able to add value to your clients. And obviously, for those of you in external assurance, there's going to be an uptick in demand for auditors to provide limited assurance reports because of regulatory requirements. And even, I don't know if all of you have seen, in September in Australia, they've actually put a timeline for reasonable assurance, which obviously is a big step up as well, and will continue to drive the work that we're doing.
Taking this forward, how do companies embed sustainability across their overall strategy? Like, what challenges do organizations encounter?
In my observation, I'd say, I mean, so there's obviously many different types of companies. There's large, small, very different sectors. And so sustainability can be a very difficult to understand concept, maybe for people who are managing smaller businesses, limited resources. The critical thing that I always recommend for anyone who wants to develop an effective sustainability strategy is to understand what's important to your business. There's probably 100 different topics that you could focus on, but what is actually important to your business to help the company be successful, but also what's important to your important critical stakeholders, your employees, your investors, your local communities. And from that, you should really try to identify maybe 1 to 5 key topics that become really the focus of you developing sound programs of management around those. So if you're an industrial company, then perhaps emissions are a key issue. And the effects of, perhaps you're a real estate company, and the effects of physical climate change could be important. But there has to be some exercise done which is called a materiality assessment, but not in a financial materiality sense, more in a stakeholder materiality sense of what are the important key topics. And then following a management system approach, when you've identified those topics, to identify, assess risk, measure, monitor, report. All of those things are integral to effective management systems and can be applied to this topic. And so then increasingly as advisors to companies, I think accountants have to understand that this is a strategic business imperative. And I'm a lawyer by background, and I think lawyers can sometimes be the most ignorant of this reality and the most harmful, frankly, to good strategy, is that you can't really say, oh, this is hard, so we're not going to do it. You can do that, but I don't think that that's a very prudent management approach. So if you have to do it, then the question becomes more, how do you do it? How do you do it effectively? How do you do it in a way that minimizes legal risks, reputational risks? How do you do it in a way that's consistent with good practice related to risk management, financial reporting? And that becomes the work of the sustainability leader, whoever that might be. It could be a general counsel, it could be a chief risk officer, a chief financial officer, and all of those roles will be critical to an effective sustainability program.
Talking about the sustainability program, earlier in the day, the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India talked about going concern not only being looked at from a financial perspective, also being looked at from a sustainability perspective. How do you see that getting adopted in terms of financial reporting or talking about going concern and impacts the environment can have on the business?
And maybe I can take that first,
Yes,
and then Sarah can weigh in. The proof is in the pudding, as they'd say. There's countless examples. There are agricultural firms that are maybe exposed to physical climate risks that can affect their availability of water, or mining operations. If you haven't given consideration to that environmental impact on your business, then that could be affecting your ability to be a going concern. There are reputational risks. Think about all of the case studies we've seen over the last couple of decades, starting probably with, Dow, the chemical companies in the 70s and 80s that had major disasters and the effect that had on their ability to do business. There's recent examples of companies that have had conflicts with local communities, indigenous communities, and literally had their licenses revoked for their businesses by government. There's examples of retailers with supply chain related disasters related to health and safety, or the use of forced labor that can have material impacts on their business, on their share price. So the list goes on and on and on. But the answer to that is, I think, not to be, again, sort of the view that these are sort of random happenstance things that we can't control. In fact, good management can help you identify these issues before they materialize, and also provide, frankly, a defense if they do happen, that, well, we did take every measure available to us to try to prevent these types of things, very similar to how you might have a health and safety system, which could be part of a sustainability program, to try to prevent incidents or accidents. Those could still happen, but you've taken steps which represents your due diligence as a leader to effectively try to prevent those types of things from happening. And then there's an opportunity side too. It's not all about risk. That by doing these things well, building networks and reputation, you can actually identify new business opportunities. So for us, BMO has a climate ambition, and we define it to be our client's lead partner in the transition to a net zero world. How do we do that? By us focusing on the topic of sustainability and climate, we're able to understand trends and opportunities for innovation. We can advise our clients better. We can help them identify opportunities to achieve their sustainability goals through investment. And we are a financier of new innovation and new investment. So that's an opportunity for us. So again, that awareness of these kinds of issues, I think, is good for business, both from an opportunity and a risk management perspective.
These examples are wonderful. I think it would help the audience understand how it impacts their businesses or their clients' businesses. So just taking that forward, you mentioned about stakeholders. What role do external or internal stakeholders play in shaping and influencing the ongoing sustainability practices? If you could get a little bit deeper into that.
Well, stakeholders are really, to me, it's the critical lens or perspective to think about what sustainability means. And perhaps because I have a legal background, I do very much think about it in this way, that if you were to draw a diagram of sustainability, it would be a universe of stakeholders, with a very diverse perspectives and interests and views of the corporation, and then basically, sort of a map of concentrations of interests that come together that become areas that are material to you. So there's going to be an interest in how you as a business manage your human rights impacts. If you're a retailer that has a international supply chain, and there's a human trafficking risk or forced labor risk, the reason why that issue becomes important from a management perspective is because people won't want to buy your product if you have that problem and you can't manage it, if you're just unable to address that issue. Governments won't be happy with you if you're basically fueling proceeds of crime by failing to manage that issue in your supply chain. So it's not hard to make the connection that, okay, I don't have to legally necessarily do this. I could probably legally continue to exist as an organization if I didn't manage this well, but it won't be good for my business. So we should look to what is good practice in how you manage supply chain risks, adopt those processes, and apply a management system approach. So the stakeholder view, understanding how you're viewed and perceived, where these issues can materialize and what it will mean for your stakeholders, that is how you identify what's material, and then that's how you identify what should be managed.
That's very nice, insightful. Now discussing about sustainability, data management, disclosure, and reporting best practices. Sarah, what are the challenges in sustainability data management, including the greenhouse gas emissions, scope 1, 2, and 3 information? What is sustainability disclosure? How does it relate to traditional financial disclosure? And what best practices should companies follow to ensure their reporting is transparent and reliable?
I think if any of you have attended webcasts or read thought leadership on the topic of sustainability put out there by accounting firms, data challenges are always mentioned. It's a hot topic. And in my mind, there's two kind of buckets of data challenges. The first is more within our control. And so the regimes that we've been reporting under up until this point have been largely voluntary. And so with voluntary disclosures may not have come the investment in systems, in controls, in automation. And so when we're doing our assessment of end-to-end processes of how our disclosures come together, how data comes together, you'll find there's lots of manual touch points and many areas of risk which then you have to mitigate through the creation and formalization of controls. Because I was going to say, it's not to say that controls don't exist, but us as accountants, what we can bring to the table is the discipline and rigor that we also apply to financial reporting to help with the challenges on that internally sourced data side. The more challenging area of data, in my mind, is there's a lot that comes from third parties, whether it comes from customers, clients, other suppliers in our value chain as we've assessed it for greenhouse gas emission measurement purposes and what we've identified as material. It takes time to gather that critical utility data. It takes time to get that information from all of those sources. And then you have a question of reliability. There's a reason why, when you look at the timeline of the banks, for example, of when we release our climate and sustainability reports compared to our financial reporting. So I work on both sides. Part of my role, as you saw, is working in investor reporting. So my team produces the bank's management discussion and analysis and supplementary financial information. In our annual report cycle, which is about to kick off, we get that out the door within 4 to 5 weeks of year end. It's incredibly fast turnaround. Our sustainability and climate report comes out about 6 months later because you want to maximize the use of actual data to make those disclosures useful, relevant, and helpful for users. The issue that's on the horizon, that as we move to a regulatory reporting regime, at some point there is going to be a need to accelerate because investors are demanding disclosures to be available alongside financial reporting to make it more decision useful. But with that comes an increase in the use of estimates. That increases your measurement uncertainty. And there's only so much, as I mentioned, because you're sourcing this from third parties, there's only so much you can do to accelerate their processes. One quote that comes to mind is a rising tide lifts all boats. So as all of our public clients, for example, have to also comply with these different reporting regimes, hopefully it will continue to improve the reliability of the data that we're sourcing from them, but that's going to take time. And in the meantime, if we are forced to increase our use of estimates, the best way we can mitigate that is the same way we do for financial reporting. It's about transparent disclosure, clear disclosure on where we're using those, where are we introducing measurement uncertainty. So again, it comes back to there are so many things that we are used to doing as accountants that we can also help working with our sustainability peers to implement and leverage that experience in this space.
Taking this forward, in what ways do regulatory requirements influence a company's ESG and sustainability reporting? How does the CSSB align with international sustainability frameworks such as the GRI or SDGs? GRI is Global Reporting Initiative, or SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals?
So they are the requirements being put out by different regulators are in response to those demands of investors for that transparent, decision useful information. And so it's massively driving our approach, obviously, to our sustainability reporting and the disclosures that we put out in the ether. With respect to your question around the CSSB, it's important to kind of take a step back and look at why the International Sustainability Standards Board was created to begin with. And it was to create this global baseline to replace the previous, what was known as the alphabet soup of the voluntary regimes that came before it. And so as you're seeing different jurisdictions rolling out their requirements. It still feels like we're in a land of alphabet soup, but the difference is now the interoperability that all of these jurisdictions are striving to achieve. So a good example of that is with the ISSB putting out with the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group a statement around the interoperability between those reporting standards that are required in Europe and what the ISSB has put out. And then obviously with the Canadian Sustainability Standards Board, they are also basing their standards on what the ISSB has done. And then even OSVB 15. OSVB 15, for those of you who are impacted, that's obviously based on the ISSB standards as well. So I think there's a real global move to harmonization to reduce regulatory burden on preparers, which personally I'm very grateful for.
It's good that you bring on the topic of OSFI's guideline B15. So, just an extension to that, how do the OSFI's guideline B15 on climate risk, stress testing scenarios, expectations become effective for the larger institutions from this year onwards, and for others from next year? What challenges do you foresee, and how should organizations overcome them?
Do you want to take this one first?
Sure, I can take that one. So maybe just to step back. So OSFI is the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. It's the prudential regulator of banks in Canada. They are part of a global organization called the Financial Stability Board and another network called the Network for Greening of the Financial Sector. And the history of this is that back in 2015, Mark Carney, who is the head of the Bank of England and chair of the Financial Stability Board, made a famous speech where he said that there's climate change represented a tragedy of the horizon, which is basically something that conceivably at that point in time could create financial risk in a systemic sense, and would likely not be adequately, if that were true, would not be adequately managed until that risk materialized. And because the way that prudential risk was identified and managed by the financial sector was too short-term to be able to adequately manage that risk, which would have to be managed in the near term but would have consequences for the long term. And so his paper laid out 3 areas of focus for the examination of the potential for climate to result in financial risk. One was called transition risk. The other was called physical risk. And then the third was legal risk or legal liability from kind of like lawsuits. That led to work of the Financial Stability Board, which led to the publication of a report from a task force called the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. That framework, the TCFD framework, was a standard that actually became widely adopted. So it was issued in 2017. I would say by 2020, 2021, you had 40 or 50% of global companies, publicly traded companies, that were using that type of framework for reporting on the topic of climate. Maybe not well, but they were beginning to adopt it at that scale, and now it's even higher than that. That framework called for financial institutions particularly, but again, this has been adopted by many sectors, to report on climate strategy, climate-related governance within the organization, climate-related risk management, and then to report on certain metrics and targets related to the value chain emissions of the company, what are known as scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, which follows a type of accounting protocol called the GHG protocol. So what has happened since that publication and the widespread voluntary adoption of TCFD was this ongoing network of prudential regulators, including OSFI, to embed these considerations into financial risk oversight. And so B15 is essentially a regulatory requirement now for banks to follow the TCFD framework across those 4 areas and to disclose on it. And so the first part of OSFI B15 is around risk management, which includes things like you mentioned, climate scenario analysis. Part 2 is around disclosure. It's one of the key reasons why Sarah is in the role she's in, because now that this is regulatory disclosure and not purely voluntary disclosure, we have to change the way that we think about this disclosure to ensure that it would be consistent with how we would do any kind of regulatory or financial type of disclosures. Some say this is like the SOXification of sustainability. So that's basically the evolution of it and the reasoning behind B15.
It's interesting that you talk about SOXification of this. So how should smaller institutions prepare given their proportionality and materiality compared to larger institutions? How do smaller companies or mid-sized companies, how does it impact them and their reporting?
Well, it depends on the type of company. So what we're seeing is a greater role of regulators, but the exact nature of the role is not certain yet. So what I mean by that is if you're a OSFI-regulated financial institution, we now have regulatory certainty. You have to follow B15, which is ostensibly TCFD. You have to adopt management practices. There will be new ways of measuring and quantifying risk, and that's transforming the industry. Publicly traded companies in Canada, subject to securities laws, are not currently required to do that. But as Sarah alluded to, there's a movement, there's a standard that's been created, and now it's being Canadianized, but it's also being looked at by regulators all over the world, securities regulators. It may, in the coming years, become a securities requirement for publicly traded companies. The federal government of Canada just released new regulations that actually are going to require private companies that are federally regulated to report on this. So those companies won't have a choice. They'll have to follow the process. I think in terms of the different way they think about it is, like I said earlier, there's a lot of subjectivity as to what is material for your business and what ought to be reported, therefore, and that's how they're going to be able to scale it to their business. But there will be large parts of the economy that are not subject to any of those regulations, and one of the questions will have to be for those business leaders is there enough value in doing this that they will do it voluntarily even if it's not required? And I think in many cases there will be, because even if you're a small company in a big value chain of a bigger company, that big company is going to want you to have this type of information available for them because their sustainability is tied to your sustainability. So I think you'll see both market pressures and regulatory pressures broaden out the adoption of these practices in time.
Talking about private companies, do you see any timeline or time horizon in terms of when those guidelines come out where it gets mandated or it's still voluntary? Do you have any insight into that?
I don't really, maybe just even the CSSB timelines or anything.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, the CSSB is going to release their final versions of their initial 2 standards in December. They just came out with a statement this week. What changes they will be making in the final standard, if companies wanted to voluntarily adopt, we'll have to wait and see, because I know that was one area of feedback was around timing of adoption, transition relief, and that kind of thing. So it's a little bit of a wait and watch to see what comes out in December.
Thank you very much for the insights. Now, if there are any questions from the audience, we are happy to take them. Okay. Thank you, Michael and Sarah. Those insights were very valuable. From the evolution of ESG, the challenges organizations are encountering in implementing sustainability, the stakeholders' influence on ongoing sustainability practices, tracking the connection between ESG and financial reporting, potentially applying some governance processes, the same governance processes and controls as we do for financial reporting. There are a lot of takeaways there for our members from what you've spoken about. I would now like to invite Sandeep Patkar, our past chairman, on stage to present a memento to Michael Torrance and Sarah Mitchell. Sandeep Patkar. I know we've had a lot to reflect on, and now it's time to focus on food. I'd like to invite everybody to enjoy lunch, and we'll group in an hour by about 1:30 p.m. My board of director, Ms. Akhil Iyer, would be leading it thereafter. Please, you may please carry forward for lunch. Thank you.